evidence that so brain has been infected in multiple places. So when we talk about cognitive disorder in sickler, it might just be due to the silent brain infarct that is affecting the brain and causing them to lose that IQ ability. So now, so you have limited access to screening. So because of that, you find out that the number of patients that are reported to have stroke in our population is far less than the one reported in UK, US, and in America. Next slide. Okay. Now, subcortical infarct, we were talking about that in sickle cell anemia. A lot of sicklers have that subcortical infarction. They may not have overt disability of stroke, but subcortical infarct occurs. Now, you use magnetic resonance imaging, MRI, of the brain. We'll be able to detect this subcortical infarct, even if they don't have a disability. 25% of children with sickle cell anemia will have an infarct prior to their 6th birthday and 39% by their 18th birthday. So you can see it's a very large percentage, but these are things that were reported in advanced countries where they have MRI. I mean, imagine in this part of the world, how many people can take MRI? But you know, there, every sickler will have an MRI repeatedly, a transcranial Doppler. So those who have subcortical infarct are detected. Whereas here, very few have that ability to do MRI. But subcortical infarct is important. And then the reason why I'm saying this is that sometimes you may have people who don't have overt sickler, say an overt disability from stroke, and then have problem of understanding cognitive defect because of the subcortical infarction widespread, which affect the area where cognition will take place. So next one. Now, so this conditional abnormal cerebral blood flow, we talked about it, that when you have greater than 200 centimeter per second, then there's an abnormal blood flow. Any sickler that has that, you must have to stroke. If you don't prevent stroke, they will. And the way to do that is to give them exchange blood transfusion. Next one. Next slide. Yeah. So now, next one. Okay. So if you have the ischemia in children with sickle cell is common and potentially reversible. Okay. So even though we haven't seen many here, but where studies have been done, they found out that this cerebral ischemia is reversible. So a thorough neurological examination is usually required to be able to detect those who have infarct, subcortical infarct. Even though MRI will be able to point it out, you need to examine these children very thoroughly in order to be able to detect that. Next slide. Next slide. Okay. Now, no strategy has been established. Infarct. The only current strategy of recurrent children, despite high rate of future stroke, subcortical infarct, as well as a drop of full IQ loss, as I told you. So the high regular blood transfusion is required. You find out that once you discover that these patients are at risk, you have to give them blood transfusion regularly, exchange blood transfusion. But again, this has been found to be very difficult in Africa. You may not, if someone has to have a regular blood transfusion all the time, donors, reaction to the blood and all the rest will limit it. But it is the only way of preventing stroke. However, recent studies have actually shown that giving hydroxyurea might be able to replace the regular blood transfusion. Because in some people or in some studies, they found out that if you give hydroxyurea to a sickler who has an increased cerebral blood flow greater than 200 centimeters per second, and it takes hydroxyurea regularly, you find out that it will lower that after some time, it will lower it, which means that hydroxyurea itself is highly protective. This is found to be better for us in third world countries where the facilities to have regular transfusion is not so high. So hydroxyurea can be a replacement for that. And so this gave rise to an extensive study of the use of hydroxyurea to prevent stroke in sickle cell disease. Now, they did a lot of work in primary prevention, and they found out that in Africa here, who were given hydroxyurea, were able to protect. One thing that is still left to be done is whether you can actually avoid transfusion by simply giving them hydroxyurea. But the work is that giving hydroxyurea will reduce the amount of blood transfusion you will require these patients to prevent them from developing stroke or cerebral infarctions. Okay. So next slide. Okay. Next one. Okay. Then with high-income country is successful. They found out that because of this, in high-income country, it's now possible to completely prevent in sickle. The reason is that they have study with ultrasound, ultracranial Doppler, and any of them who has any increase in blood sound. Any of them who have increase in cerebral blood flow, we have blood pressure and we have blood transfusion. So they found out that the number of stroke that you do have in these countries are less than 1%, especially once they are born and they are continuously followed up. And then cerebral infarction is also reduced drastically because of the fact that they have recurrent blood transfusion. So it's now possible to prevent a stroke from in advanced country by recurrent transfusion plus hydroxyurea. Now in third world country, as I said, hydroxyurea has also been found to be very useful. So once you are able to detect someone with very high cerebral flow, you can start giving hydroxyurea and blood transfusion. So it's possible to prevent stroke, not only in also in third world countries. Now, the important thing is this. Once a patient with sickle stroke, the chance of another stroke is very high. So there's what you call recurrent stroke. They do have, and they found out that once someone is on regular treatment with hydroxyurea, the chance of a recurrent stroke is drastically reduced. Why those who don't take hydroxyurea, 29% will have a recurrence. Those who are taking hydroxyurea regularly, only about 7% will have a recurrence. So these were found in advanced countries. Now, while these studies were done and recorded, it was possible. This was proposed about six years ago, that we have to do a study among sickler to see how to prevent a recurrent stroke. And so collaborated with Aminu Kano Teaching Hospital and another hospital in Kano, where they did a lot of study to find out how to prevent recurrent stroke in sickler using hydroxyurea. Now, one of the greatest problems of hydroxyurea is the fact that there's a fear that if you give a very high dose, 20 milligrams, it may eventually cause some side effects. So what they did in Kano was to find out 2 doses, 10 milligrams and then 20 milligrams per kilogram. 10 milligrams is what they call the moderate dose, while the 20 milligrams is the high dose. And the study was to find out whether there is a difference in their response. Because once we are able to establish that there is no difference in their response, then we can now go down to 10 milligrams instead of the 20 milligrams. And this study was done for and follow-up took about 4 years. The first initial study was 1.5 to 2 years. And they were able to find out that it drastically reduced recurrent stroke to between 5 and 6%. Whereas those who did not take hydroxyurea, it was about 29%. The other thing they found is that there's no difference in those who are taking 10 milligrams per kilogram body weight of hydroxyurea and those who are taking 20. So that fear of toxic effect was reduced. In that, with that, the recommendation now is you give 10 milligrams of hydroxyurea regularly to prevent a recurrent stroke. So this study was recently finished in Kano, and they published their findings this year. And in the process, they found out that this is useful. And so they were able to liaise with the government and liaise with other organizations to help. Hydroxyurea is expensive. Transfusion is also expensive. So what has been done now after this study is they have built in the process of following up this sickler to ensure that every sickler is taken care of and be given this hydroxyurea 10 milligrams per kilogram body weight, and to have it at a very cheap rate. Usually, there's a company in Nigeria that produces it, and they found a way of getting that company to produce it en masse. The government is also subsidizing the hydroxyurea. So the result of this study is that there's a widespread availability of this treatment for all sicklers, in order to prevent this abnormality, this brain abnormality. Next one. Next, continue. Next slide. I've spoken about that, sickle anemia in Nigeria. So we've talked about this study. So hydroxyurea is now universally given to every sickle cell to prevent anemia, for secondary prevention of sickle cell in Nigeria. Next one. Next slide. Next slide. Continue. Continue the next slide. Now that is sickle cell, stroke, and brain infarction, as well as And that the result of the study done in Kano is going to permeate to the whole of the country, whereby this treatment will be made available to every citizen. And the only problem we do have is the fact that the facility to do transcranial Doppler is not so much. So instead of continuous follow-up or recurrent follow-up of many cycles, some don't even have that, unfortunately, the ability to check whether they have the risk of developing stroke. But something is being worked out, and I believe that every cycler should have the benefit of hydroxyurea. And I think that we protect them against these abnormalities, cerebral infarction and stroke. Okay, now those are the sickle cell and stroke and brain infarctions. Now there are so many other conditions that do affect sicklers. So seizures is one of them. Either for young children below 5, you have febrile seizures, and then for those who are above 5 in their teenage years, you also have recurrent epileptic seizures. So it's one of the disabilities that has been found among the sickler. The prevalence is about 6.3, and there was no difference in the rate of children developing epilepsy during the 3rd month follow-up. The children on hydroxyurea versus 60.3% in children not taking hydroxyurea. Why we say that hydroxyurea will protect against stroke? Seizures, febrile seizures, and epileptic seizure is not something that hydroxyurea will prevent. So when they did a study, the difference between those who are taking hydroxyurea and those who are not, the difference in the rate of having a seizure was just about the same. So what we do is recognize that seizures do occur and then just treat it the same way seizures are being treated. Next one. Continue, next slide, okay. You must manage them properly. If someone has a seizure, you will do an EEG, you examine the patient, and then you will put the patient on recurrent anti-epileptic medication. So now, of course, every EEG technologies have been told that when you come to do an EEG, for example, and you have a sickle cell, they don't do hyperventilation. Okay, so they are able to pick out your abnormality. Hyperventilation is a little dangerous when someone has sickle cell, but we must do EEG for anybody who has a seizure and starting on the normal anti-epileptic medication. And many of them get controlled. They got controlled and then they live a normal life with their seizure control. Next slide. Next. Now, there are so many other neurological complications. One of the important things is that we did a thorough study of sickle cell to find out what is the neurological complication. And then we saw headache was very common. We also found paraplegia also common. We have localized sensory neuropathy, and then we also have paraplegia. Now, the prevalence of silent brain infarct was 60.7% in the study that we did. Now, one of the finding was that in sickle cell, there are a lot of complaints about headache or migraine. Next. Next. Okay, so you have a lot of, we've talked about cognitive functions, and as I told you, a lot of sicklers will have to they may have cognitive functions disturbance. Even though they don't have obvious neurological abnormality, you find out that in class, they don't do so well because they have had some minor infraction in the brain, which disturbs their understanding. And those are something we must always look out for and then take care of it. Now, the next slide. Chronic headache. Now, a lot of time, a very large proportion of sicklers do suffer headaches that are chronic. And so many reasons for headache. But I will tell you that majority of the headaches we found among sicklers are not caused by any form of damage to the brain. While some of the headaches may be related to cerebral micro infarcts of the or small cerebral bleeds, which may cause headache. These are minority. Only minority of the headache are caused by bleeding into the brain or cerebral disease. Majority of the headache we discovered are what you call primary headache, migraine, tension headache, and usually easily managed. We found out that a lot of the headaches, a lot of the sicklers who had the chronic headaches that we were managing, we were able to manage them properly. For example, if you have migraine, we put the patient on a prophylaxis. The acute attack is giving analgesic, while regular propranolol and methylene regularly may just reduce the headache as a prophylactic drug. So when a sickler has very serious headache, initially we do some initial investigation to ensure that this patient is not suffering from brain problem. But a lot of time, up to 90% of them, usually we don't find brain abnormality when they have headaches. And when we treat them with the traditional way of managing headache, they do respond very well to that. So that is headaches. So next one, chronic headache. Next slide. Intracranial hemorrhage, it do occur. A couple of patients, they come with severe headache. They also come with some abnormality, focal neurological abnormality, in addition to the headache. And when we examine them, and then do a CT scan, we are able to find out that there are some hemorrhage bleeding into the brain. So intracranial hemorrhage in sicklers, in adult, is higher than the non-sicklers. So we always bear that in mind when a sickle cell patient comes with serious headache. Because bleeding into the brain is a possibility in this patient. So we do CT scan or MRI and find out whether they do have intracranial hemorrhage. So that's another one. Next slide. So, okay, periostic hemorrhage. Yeah. So these are some of the neurological abnormality in sickle cell. Now, sickle cell has a variety of neurological changes, which we require that a neurologist will see and then be able to diagnose the correct one. But some of the things like severe headache are not as bad as people will think. A competent neurologist will be able to manage the headache properly. What you want to do when someone with sickle cell comes with such serious headache, first of all, to rule out whether they bleed into the brain, intracranial hemorrhage, by doing the normal investigation. Once you are able to rule out all those, then you can then diagnose it and classify it as a normal headache, which are primary headache, tension, headache, migraine, and then treat accordingly, and then the patient will heal. Now, paraplegia, a number of sicklers that find it difficult to walk as a result of many reasons. We know that there are certain bone abnormalities that can cause compression of the spinal cord. These are not very common, but we do find them. And then the difficulty in walking may not even be neurological. You know, you may have necrosis bilateral, and then the person will not be able to walk. Because we've encountered some of this, and after extensive investigation, we discovered that the inability to walk was related more to the destruction of the femoral necrosis on both sides rather than the brain. But we've seen a number that have paraplegia as a result of spinal cord ischemia related to the bone abnormality that the sickler developed. So in this case, we manage them accordingly, and usually it's possible to get them. Most of the cases that we do manage, always one reason or the other get better. But the important thing I have to say is that why the brain is seriously affected in sickler, these are not something that we should get so bothered about. They are a lot of the brain abnormalities that we do find in sickle cell can easily be managed when it's seen by a competent neurologist. But what we have to learn here today is that the most serious abnormality that can cause death or disability are stroke. And this can be prevented. The current use of hydroxyurea had made it possible to prevent patients from having stroke, and that if a patient has had a stroke, giving hydroxyurea regularly will prevent a recurrence or will reduce a recurrence. So these are some of the neurological features of sickle cell as we find them in Nigeria. Thank you very much. Yeah, no, I'll take questions. I'm ready for questions. Yes. So any question I'm ready for?
One more time, I sincerely think that we can celebrate that. Research has levels, all right? That is some serious research. That's a serious research. Just saying, while I was looking at talking about how the what's that word? Hope he doesn't ask me a question. Hope he doesn't ask me a question. So at some point, thank you. At some point, he was just looking at me, and I'm like, okay. I learned a lot from that short time. All right. And I wouldn't know if there is just one question for the sake of time. We just can only take one question around everything that has been presented. That was a compressed form of that very lengthy. That's the symposium discussion. All right. If there's any question, if not, we can ask Prof to take his seat. But if there's any question, we can just take it quickly. All right. Thank you, sir. Please, can the mic just be given to him? Thank you so much. Can the mic, the gentleman on jacket?
Okay. Well, as I told you, a lot of investigations that were done for people with headaches shows that those who have headaches due to cerebral bleeds or other neurological abnormality were in minority. However, this means that we should not ignore the fact that a patient who comes with headache may have one of those neurological damage, that is microinfarct, cerebral bleeds, or other causes of headache. So they have to be teased out. But majority of them do have what you call primary headache. As you say, they are not, a lot of time, because lack of expertise in Nigeria makes it very difficult to know who to assess headache. Headache needs to be assessed by someone who will easily distinguish between the primary headache and headache caused by disease of the brain. So that is a limitation that a lot of sickle cell patients do have, because you will not see a neurologist or a headache specialist to look at you. But majority of the headaches are primary headaches. Now, once any doctor who sees a patient who has sickle cell, and if the headache is focal, that is, it's not all over the head, it is in a particular part of the head, then you start suspecting. Then you do a CT scan or do some investigation to check whether something is wrong in that part of the head. But if the headache is general, normally you first of all want to find out whether the headache fits into the tension headache, migraine, and the general cause of headache. Because majority of them will either have migraine or tension headache. And such headaches usually, migraine is specific in its manifestation. One-sided headache, trouble in character, causes nausea, causes frustration. It does not want to go anywhere. It will want to lie down. You know, that is migraine. And then examine no neurological abnormalities. The headache also stops after some time. Tension headache manifestation. A lot of people live with tension headache. They may even be having it and coming to work or receive lectures, and it may not put them down as much as migraine will do. So once you're able to put them into this primary headache, you simply treat them and then watch. But the moment it doesn't fit into any of these two, then you need to investigate further. You know, so I think what you are saying is that for the general doctor who are likely to see most of these patients or pediatricians, we simply tell them migraine, tension headache, this is the way they present. Now, if it doesn't fit into this, go further and do CT scan, do other investigations to rule out cerebral damage. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, let's celebrate Professor Danisi as he takes his seat. Please keep celebrating him till he gets to his seat. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. All right, he has not sat down though, but you know, it's just a way to honor such a heavy body of research he has done and contributed to the world of sickle cell warriors. Such a beautiful soul. If we don't know, we can't cure. If we don't know, we can't care for. All right. So that kind of research needs to be done by someone. That level of deep research, so that we can enhance the care for sickle cell warriors. And here with this, here we have someone that have done so much extensive research. We really appreciate you. Thank you so much, sir. All right. While he was talking about answering the gentleman on the headaches, I was just saying that you know this thing about headaches. I'm not a professor, but I know that the cost of fuel presently can give you migraine. I'm just thinking about it. Like, there are many reasons why you can even have migraine headache, and but we'll be fine in Nigeria. bottom line, we'll be fine in Nigeria. We'll go on. We have a lot of things in store for us this moment. The minutes we'll be spending here, we would spend in us. We just want to recognize a few people that have supported just before we watch a beautiful documentary. You know, it's our 15th year and we are celebrating that. Please, if you can, if your hands are not busy, I want you to celebrate them. They supported in no small way, in several dimensions, but in no small way, they have supported to make sure that this event is happening. And some of them have been supporters of SAMI from many years ago. Ladies and gentlemen, let's celebrate one of our exhibitors, Hygia HMO. They are ably represented. They are outside. They are one of our exhibitors for today, and they are supporting in partnership. Thank you so much, Hygia. Also, we have the Okorin Meta Arts Gallery. Also, just appreciate them. Just appreciate them. They are out there, and that's historians, one of our expressions. They have very beautiful creative pieces outside you want to check out. We also have the Rise Support Consult. The Rise, thank you for clapping. I really appreciate you. All right, we also have our sponsor for this event, one of our sponsors and friends of the organization, Exin Research. Please celebrate them. Really appreciate them. We also want to celebrate, I think they're out there to exhibit the Lakeshore Cancer Center. The Lakeshore Cancer Center. Thank you so much. We also want to celebrate right now. This clinic is doing, the people I want to mention now, they are doing free blood sugar tests, pulse rate tests, blood pressure and oxygen level tests. They are doing that, and they'll be doing that. We'll be having 1 or 2 breaks in between the event. You'll be required to just stop by and just do it free of charge. And I speak of no other than the Life Link Clinic, one of our partners. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Finally, the last but not the least, they'll be doing maybe in the middle, one of our breaks, they'll be teaching how we can use origami. I don't know how many of us know about the Japanese principle of origami, how you can use arts for wellness and all that. All right, they'll be teaching us how and practicalizing how we can do that. It's a positive and wellness workshop. So a whole lot is around to make this happen. Let's celebrate Inara Wellness. All right, ably represented by our very own. She's sitting here, she came very early, and we'll call her up when it's her time. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your eyes to the screen. We're going to see a documentary of SAMI, Sickle Cell Advocacy Management Initiative. A documentary may be stating how far they have come 15 years. All right, it might not cover all the years. It's not a long documentary, but it just show you how far we have come and why SAMI needs our support. Everyone, SAMI needs our support to push the word out, to fund the care, and to encourage all the sickle cell warriors. God bless you. Please put your eyes to the screen as they play the documentary.
When I see them go through pain, it's going to grow in pains, and there's nothing I can do. It breaks me down a lot. Like fresh blood, 5 days.
Hi, my name is Tonya Adishona, and I have been living with sickle cell for the past 50 years. Many people with this disorder do not have the moral and particularly the financial support needed to overcome it. So we decided to do something about it. We started Sickle Cell Advocacy with the aim of making society more aware about sickle cell and encouraging people with the disorder through moral, financial, and psychological support. For us, Sickle Cell Advocacy is not just an initiative, it is a community of people bringing love and hope to all.
parents got to know that I'm a sickle cell patient when I was 5 years, but they told me when I was at class primary 6. Although then, I don't know more about sickle cell. I was like to just a normal genotype.
One of our flagship projects is the Extra Care project that we use to bridge the gap between sickle cell warriors and health institutions.
ọmọ mi ní crisis nígbà yẹn kò dẹ̀ sówó lọ́wọ́ mi bàbá wọn dẹ̀ kẹ́lẹ́ ó ní kò sí kankan tó ń jẹ́ ss látọ̀dọ̀ àwọn tí mo mọ̀ yẹn ni mo fi dé ọ̀dọ̀ àwọn sámi látìgbà tí mo dẹ̀ ti ń lọ sámi alhamdulilayi rabbil alamin mo really appreciate oore tó ń ṣe kódà tọmọ mi bá sì kí n gbà mí tí n bá pè wọ́n tí mi lówó lọ́wọ́ wọ́n máa assist mi.
I have 2 children, sickle cells. At least they are trying a lot. They are giving us drugs, everything. If your child is not feeling fine, they used to help us a lot.
Ever since I've known Sammy, they have helped me in 1 or 2 inmates that they paid for my treatment. If not everything, I think 90% of what they asked me to pay, Sammy have helped me to pay for it.
It's a club called Better You Health Club. What I call it? Better You Health Club. Okay. What's the mind? Okay, a round of applause for her.
As a person, your identity is who you are. Your identity is what? Who you are.
Mention the 3 again, please. Blood platelets, yes. We have white blood cells, we have red blood cells, and we have blood platelets. Thank you.
I didn't know my blood group was genotype. Then that was when Better You Health Club that came to my school and told us that about blood group and genotype. Then when I got home, I told my mom that I want my blood group. I want not to go to the doctor. Then I took my blood. Then I saw that I am AA and B positive, B plus. So it's from Better You Health Club that I know my blood group and genotype.
I didn't know my genotype and my blood group before. And I have learned a lot from Better You Health Club. And it is Better You Health Club that made me to know my genotype and my blood group by going to the hospital, telling the doctor to check my blood group and my genotype, and I know it now. But now my blood group is AB plus and my genotype is AA.
Welcome to Touch Yourself with Tony and the Guns. Today, everybody just the para, they provoke. The social media is agog about a certain issue that has to do with sickle cell disorder. Okay, as we all aware, there is a reality show going on in Nigeria about it's called the BBN. It's a reality show, and an housemate on the show happens to be living with sickle cell. Then another housemate, quote unquote, says something about her, and but the issue here right now is not just that the housemate is living with sickle cell. The issue is not that another housemate used that as a form of derogatory remark against him. The issue is the conversation that has been generated as a result of this particular utterances of the housemate. Guys, welcome to the show.
Welcome. This na Baba Shukura radio drama.
Good afternoon, doctor. Them say you want to see me. Yes, I asked the nurse to tell you that I'd like to have a word with you. Baba Shukura, look, I know that this is Africa and we are Africans. And of course, we believe in our traditions and culture so much. I mean, that's all fine. What's a bit worrisome is that sometimes we ascribe things that are not spiritual to the spirits. Instead of us to face the problem heads on, we will say it is the spirit. Meanwhile, it's not.
What do you talk, doctor?
One of my nurses in the ward overheard you and your wife talking about the situation of your daughter being spiritual. That there are some evil spirits, I suppose, who do not want your child to grow up.
Doctor, there are many of them.
Hold on, Baba Shukura. Your gene and that of your wife now then cause this issue.
Maybe she be a biku self.
Come on, Baba Shukura. There's no such thing as a biku. Look, take it from me today. What we often refer to as a biku, now this genotype thing they call Sam. For example, in this your case, if you and your wife now decide say, I won't have another child, without proper planning, you'll be giving birth to as many sickle cell children until you have to give birth to one that doesn't have SCD. When that one comes, that's when you eventually claim the child has stopped dying.
Just a whole lot over the last 10 years especially, all right, that Sammy has done a whole lot. I actually expected a little more applause than we did. A whole lot that the organization has done. And without the help of well-meaning Nigerians and organizations, friends of the house, that we all can be today, those things wouldn't have happened, and those level of care reaching out to those innovations wouldn't have happened. All right, and so we are calling today, and we'll still be doing so, that we all can join in moving this cause forward. True or true? I can hear you. True or true? We all can join. We'll let you know as the event proceeds on how we can do this. We just move on to the next presentation. At this point, she'll be speaking about the impact of nutrition in non-communicable diseases in Nigeria. She is a nutritionist. She's been here from the beginning of the event. It's going to be a swell time listening to her. Ladies and gentlemen, please, without much ado, put your hands together and receive Mrs. Dolapo Koka as she comes to do this. Thank you for appreciating, but we can do much more better. Thank you so much already. Thank you so much.
Mrs. Dolapo Koka is a fellow of the Nigerian Institute of Food Science and Technology and a past national president of the institute. She is a nutritionist and a member of the Nutrition Committee of the Nigerian Heart Foundation. She was chairman of the Nigerian Codex Committee for Nigerian Food Standards, FAO/WHO Standards Program. She is an affiliate of the American Heart Association.
myself so much with Sammy. But then I've not been physically there. The races, the whatever they do, I am in the corner supporting and encouraging Toyin. So first of all, I heartily congratulate Sammy, founded and headed by Toyin Adeshola, the indefatigable young lady, on the 15th anniversary of SAN. Toyin, you shall continue to enjoy the immeasurable blessings of the Almighty. And for Toyin's team, your name shall be called blessed. Thank you for what you are doing. Professor Danessa, I listened to you this morning and you made me shiver some more, because when I hear about sickle cell anemia, you know, some people are unfortunate. That's the way we just put it. With all the education that I have, it never occurred to my husband and I to check our status. We never did. We just fell in love and we continued and we married and we escaped it. The advocacy, we should all put our hands together to make sure more people get to understand what it's about and what it costs them in the world. Now, Professor Danessa told us all what it was about in the, you know, the medical part of it. But I will talk about the food, the essence of food. So those who are called the warriors, and also to the rest of us. I happen, do I have my slides there today? Is it coming up? No, it disappeared. Wow. Anyway, fortunately, of the old school, I have it on paper. Not too long ago, I got one of these Uber drivers to take me home from some meeting. It was getting late in the night, and the man kept on receiving phone calls. And I wasn't comfortable about that. Then, from his reaction and the few words he was speaking, I saw that he was in trouble. He was in constant communication with his wife. One of their children had sickle cell, and she was at the critical time. And this was like after 8 in the night. The man was driving, his phone was on his lap trembling, and he was picking it up. Oh yeah, take her to the chemist now, take her to this now, do this, have you done this, have you done that? So I had to ask him, what's going on? And he said his child had sickle cell crisis. I felt really bad. So by the time we got home, I actually did refer him to Sammy. But I don't know where to find him, so I don't know whether he went or he did not go, or whatever it is. Anyway, today we will talk about non-communicable diseases. And I will say non-communicable diseases, they are diseases that you contract yourself, not to be contracted by your closest associate at all. They are non-infectious and non-transmittable. You adopt it alone and you bear it alone. They are not caused by germs or other living organisms. I No, let me go on. There's a long list of NCDs which include cardiovascular diseases, diabetes, preventable cancers, preventable, I said, chronic respiratory diseases, arthritis, epilepsy, insomnia, and sickle cell anemia, and so many others. They are non-communicable. It is said that NCD is the cause of about 70% of all deaths worldwide. 70%. It affects any age, and it is more common in communities where access to preventive health care and advocacy is lacking. So you find that it's mostly the lower income. They don't have advocacy, and they suffer. Out of this long list, studies have shown that the number one cause of death is cardiovascular disease. Well, the causes of NCDs may be due to physiological factors or behavioral factors. The behavioral factors. The Yoruba will say, afawafa for yourself. Physiological factors are high blood pressure, high blood sugar, hyperlipidemia, that is too much fat in the body, and obesity. Some are generic. Behavioral factors are unhealthy diets, smoking, excessive harsh substances, and alcohol. Excessive, I said. Sedentary lifestyle, and stress. Cardiovascular disease. Let's talk a bit more about the number one killer, which is the cardiovascular disease. This is associated with the blood vessels and the heart. The main cause is the blockage of the blood vessels supplying the brain and the heart. This is caused by fat deposits in the walls of the blood vessels. High salt diets as well as sedentary lifestyle also play a major role in this. This can lead to hypertension, heart attack, and stroke. Most cardiovascular diseases can be prevented by adopting a healthy lifestyle and healthy diets. That's where we are coming to, healthy diets. I want to call your attention to 2 years ago, or when it was 2019, when the COVID-19 came from nowhere and descended into the world. If we all notice that during that period, you were being told that, boost your immunity. And what was the boosting of the immunity? Food. It was mainly food. So we all started making all kinds of concoctions. We'll get pineapple plus garlic plus ginger plus this and that. What are we looking for in there? The micronutrients, the enzymes, the vitamins, and that's it. So we'll talk about healthy diets. The food is made up of macronutrients and micronutrients. The macronutrients are the carbohydrates, the proteins, the fat, the fiber, the water. The micronutrients, which are usually embedded in the macronutrients, are the vitamins, the minerals. And these are the essential nutrients. My institute, where I am a fellow, the Nigerian Institute of Food Science and Technology, we have this slogan: the science of food is the science of survival. Do I have anybody countering this assertion? No. Thank you. When COVID-19 descended, did you notice that the first aid for prevention, apart from steam inhalation, was loads of vitamins from food? Most of us were feeding on concoctions. This is because fruits and vegetables are loaded with vitamins and minerals. Macronutrients. Macronutrients, one is carbohydrates, and we all know our carbohydrates. Most of our affordable staple foods are carbohydrates, such as our gari, the yams, rice, all those. Carbohydrates are the body's main energy source. When digested, they are broken down into simple sugars that are absorbed into the bloodstream. Yeah, you can go on. I'll go on here too. You can continue streaming it. They'll catch some there. Most of, yes, carbohydrates are the body's main energy source. When digested, they are broken down into simple sugars that are absorbed into the bloodstream, and they are called blood sugar. We cannot do without carbohydrates. We need energy. So there's no running away from, oh, I don't eat carbs anymore. I just want to eat all proteins. You're not doing yourself any good. Proteins are like our meat, our fish, eggs. We all know the proteins. They help to repair and build the body tissues and accentuate the immune system. Fish and organ meats, such as the liver, the heart, the lungs, and all the orishirishi inside the cow or goat or something, are excellent source of micronutrients, believe it or not. Protein is crucial in good health. We go to the fats and oils. I believe some of us here will say, no, I don't use oil. I don't use fat. I run away from them. I just, there's a new kind of pot now that I saw on the TV that you don't need to use oil to saute your food. You still need oil. Oils and fats are also essential to healthy diets. They help the body to absorb fat-soluble vitamins. They help the body to absorb fat-soluble vitamins, like vitamin A, vitamin D, vitamin E, and vitamin K. The type of fat is important. The type of fat you ingest is important. We have the saturated fats and the unsaturated fats. commonly the saturated fat stays solid at room temperature. I'm sure we have those bottles in our kitchen, where the ones you buy on the main road, and the thing is sleeping even inside the hot sun, like the palm oil down the road. And unfortunately, deposits in the blood vessels lead to atherosclerosis. That is hardening of the arteries. Unfortunately, trans fats are saturated fats. Trans fats are made when liquid oils are turned into solid fats, like margarine. Trans fats is in almost all the fast foods that exist these days. Like our cookies, the biscuits, the chips, the burgers, popcorns, name anything. It is trans fat that they use in making them. And worldwide, food scientists and nutritionists are still working hard on how to ban trans fat. Too much trans fat in your diet increases your risk for heart disease and other health problems. Unsaturated fats stay liquid at room temperature. You can't go into a supermarket, well, recognized supermarkets, and you find a bottle of palm oil, solid. They make it. Or your vegetable oil, solid. Or you see the deposit at the bottom. So we all should be aware of what is good for our well-being. The fats in meat and fish most are good. 3 and 6, which are and unsaturated fats. But fat in red meat is mostly saturated fat. Let's talk a little about our micronutrients. Vitamins. Vitamins are very important in everyday life. They are essential nutrients required in very small amounts for normal metabolism, growth, and physical well-being. Vitamins act as coenzymes. Enzymes are proteins that facilitate chemical reactions in the body. The 13 major vitamins are found in a wide range of food, and each one has a different function in the body. Most vitamins are not made in the body. Most vitamins are not made in the body. So they must be obtained from the diet. Vitamins are either fat soluble or water soluble. Fat soluble is like the ones I mentioned earlier, vitamins A, D, E. Vitamin D, I'm sure most of you have heard that. On to catch some vitamin D, what has been so can afford that. But when a physician tells you you need more vitamin D or any of the vitamins, then you can take the supplements. soluble vitamins such as vitamin B and C vitamins, they cannot supply. When necessary, use the supplements. It's that too much vitamin D, that is, you get so much from, and then you're using supplements too much, can lead to occasion of the bone. So, much of one thing is good for nothing. I hope, oh, it's not up yet. Now, minerals. Minerals are found in foods like cereals, meat, fish, milk, nuts, fruits, and vegetables. Minerals are like potassium, sodium, chloride, iron, zinc, iodine, and the rest of them. They are necessary for building strong bones and teeth. They turn your food into energy and control body fluids. They are very, very important. Therefore, when we talk about eating, I mentioned to you the carbohydrates are important, the proteins are important, and now the micronutrients are important, which is calling your attention to it that don't run away from any one of them. In food and well-being, water. I'm happy as we came in this morning, they gave us a bottle of water each. It's important. Water is life. 60% of your body is composed of water. It is an essential nutrient. It carries nutrients and oxygen to all your cells. It dissolves minerals and nutrients to make them accessible to the body. It lessens the burden on the kidneys and liver by flushing out waste products. It lubricates our joints. I want us all to experiment drinking water when next you have a headache. Believe it or not, when I have a headache, I drink water. Somehow, I do not understand. It goes, which means that something was not moving well in the body. Try it. Or you have some discomfort. Drink water. Use that first, and then you can follow it up. You'll be amazed that it rectifies the problem. Water also regulates our body temperature. Yes, I'm going to talk about something that many of you will frown and say, how did that one come up? I'm going to talk about bitter foods. Foods that are bitter. Not all those sweet things. Bitterness on our taste buds sends a chemical reaction throughout our body and has numerous health benefits. Bitters help in our digestion, believe it or not. Bitters helps to absorb nutrients into our body. They help to stimulate digestive juices, enzyme production, and bile flow. The more you digest your food, the more the absorption of nutrients. Deficit in bitters contributes to our rise in digestive-related illness, our immune challenges, diabetes, and so on. Also, bitter foods reduce food cravings, and so weight loss. For example, green teas inhibit fat absorption and insulin spikes. I want to know that you can make your own tea from your own. I know we all go to shop and look for green tea on the shelves. Do you really believe what they wrote on it, that is what they made the green tea from? But if you happen to have lemongrass growing in your garden, it's green tea. You happen to have tangerine or orange tree growing in your garden, the leaves are green tea. You make it, boil it. I take practically every day. Well, I happen to have a tangerine tree in my compound and I have lemongrass. So it's either this or that. I ask my girl, which one do we cook today? She goes to cut any one of them and we have it for breakfast. So you can make your own green tea and you know what you are drinking. If you don't want it bitter, sweeten it with a little honey or some little sugar, but not 4 spoons of honey in a teacup. You can avoid the milk so you can keep it green. So for those of us who have read the Bible, you will notice that in Exodus, when the Israelites were leaving Egypt, God advised them to eat their roasted lamb that day, the day before, the night before, with bitter herbs. It's in Exodus chapter 12, verse 8. God advised them to roast their lamb with bitter herbs. Why did he say so? Maybe they need to absorb all the nutrients from whatever food they were to eat, and also to reduce their food cravings because they have a long way to trek and travel. Bitters is good. So let's always remember that. Our ewuro or whatever it is, don't make it be too sweet and too flavored. One of the culprits in our diet is honey and sugar. It is important that we mention these two sweeteners, as I believe someone can be itching to know which one to patronize. Both are sugars. Refined table sugars, white or brown, and honey, they all contain sucrose and fructose. They are disaccharides. Table sugar contains more fructose and sucrose. This leads to high glycemic index, which means it raises the blood sugar levels more quickly. Honey has a slightly lower glycemic index. I use the word slightly lower glycemic index than table sugar, but it has more calories. Honey contains antioxidants, enzymes, vitamins, and some minerals. Honey is still sugar for the diabetic, honey is still sugar for the diabetic. I repeated it. So don't you now start going to lean on honey and say sugar is not for diabetes, also honey. Sugar still exists in our fruits, our sweet pineapple, orange, all those fruits created by God. But because of the fiber content in the fruit, it is slower in digestion and absorption of the sugar. Excessive sugar is associated, we all know, with obesity, with diabetes, with cardiovascular disease, with cancer, and even toothache. Now, having introduced all this, how do I achieve a healthy diet? They got it. How do I achieve a healthy diet? From the foregoing, I have tried to introduce you what is called food. We now need to know what is called healthy diet. May I ask you all, who is your first consultant when you don't feel healthy? Who is your first consultant? Believe it or not, you are your own first consultant. Because when you get to your doctor, he will ask you questions. How do you feel? What is going on? Then you tell him everything. Hey, so you know how you feel. And therefore, you are the one that feels the sickness, the sick effect in your body after ingestion. Your system will tell you what you can tolerate, and thereby you need to avoid what will make you sick. You need to avoid what will make you sick. Indulgence in modern manufactured foods, the so-called new foods, which are mostly sweetened, may result in digestive-related illnesses that can inflame non-communicable diseases. Indulge yourself more in organic food. Having said those two sentences, I said the indulgence in manufactured foods are mostly sweetened and may result in digestive-related illnesses. So why don't you indulge yourself more in organic foods? Long-term medications limit absorption of micronutrients. Eat a variety of foods to ensure adequate intake of nutrients. Vary the kind of food. Do not have a favorite food. I have met people who have said that, well, if I don't eat eba or amala any day, mi ò tí jẹun. They haven't eaten. Yeah. And now I look at such people and I laugh. You're not doing yourself good. Good. And then there are some people who will say, because they want to be slim and be with it, oh, I make salads, I eat salads. If you see my salad, you'll fall in love with it. You're not doing yourself any good at all. You can't live on just vegetables and fruits. Eat a variety of foods to ensure adequate intake of nutrients. Of course, eat fruits and vegetables on a daily basis. Yes, on a daily basis. Consume whole grains, such as nuts, and variety of cereals, as they all have varying nutrients. Everyone has varying nutrients, even if they have the same. The concentration in one is different from the other one. Avoid my favorite food, but eat all foods in varying proportions. Overindulgence should be aborted. Do not wait to get thirsty. Drink a lot of plain water, as it detoxifies and rehydrates your system. Habitually get some of your vitamin D from the sun before noon. By noon, it gets really very hot. And during that time, you are exercising yourself out there on a daily basis. Reduce your sugar intake. Reduce your salt intake. There are these, I've forgotten what they call them, those snacks in the long container that we buy for our Pringles. Yes, I had a fight with my daughter living in the US because it got loads of it in the store for the children. I say, this is wrong. Then some of the popcorns are this wrong. Reduce your fat intake as well. And one thing, we all should avoid sedentary lifestyle. Maybe at work, some of you need to sit down there for hours on the computer or what at your workplace. Find a way of breaking too many hours sitting in one place. And for those of us that are retired, I'm looking around, I can't find anyone like me, except for Prof, sir. You and I in the same category, right? When we sit down to watch the TV for some time, you get up and take a walk. Especially when I feel like calling my personal assistant, can you bring my glass? Then I stop it. Don't bring my glasses. I get up and I go myself to go and pick up the glasses. Yeah. So avoid sedentary style. In all I have said, I want you to take this home. The best physicians in the world are good nutrition. That is variety of foods with fruits, vegetables, water, and that. Number 2, adequate exercise. Very, very important. Yesterday, it just occurred to me, why don't you print out this thing you are presenting today? So I got myself ready, and my assistant went to clean the car, and I walked past her. And she said, Grandma, what's happening? I said, I'm going by foot to go and print it out from the the cafe down the road. She said, she thought I was joking. I would turn back. I said, no. And I walked all the way to go and print it and to walk back home. I haven't taken that walk in the neighborhood for some time. I do it every day in my garden, but not as long as that. So adequate exercise is important. Sun is important. Water is important. And then sleep. Good sleep. Some of us might be having a problem. My own doctor, family doctor, when I, some time ago, the man told me he doesn't sleep. I just got up and said, don't you know? He said, just go. So, doctor, I don't know. How can doctor not? Much that if I am sick and they offer me a plate of dodo and I refuse to eat, then they know it's time to go and see the doctor, that she's very, 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 very sick. Then they take me. And I love dodo. Do you know of recent, I discovered that when I eat dodo for lunch, with my rice or whatever it is, in the night, I do not sleep. I don't understand. You know, the systems change from time to time. So I will go and see, what did I do wrong today? What did I eat? What did I drink? What did I eat? What did I drink? I analyze it, break it all down. Then I tried another day and discovered that dodo would make me sleep. So I have transferred dodo from lunch now to breakfast with efo riro. But the dodo now is not fried, but boiled plantain with some vegetable on top of it. So you need to study yourself and know what makes you tick. I want you to adopt a daily lifestyle, which I have adopted. First thing in the morning, drink a bottle of water. Then you can now go and pray. By the time you finish praying, go straight for your fruits. Must always eat fruits first thing in the morning. No matter how early you leave for work or school, because I can see some students at the back there. Then you exercise yourself in any form you can. Make sure exercise yourself. If you have the time for some brisk walk, briskly walk around to exercise yourself. I beg people, do not skip breakfast. I think the Oyinbo man says you are breaking your fast because throughout the night you are sleeping and so you are fasting. Break the fast because you need some of those things in your system. Keep you on during the day. Snacking. If you must snack, buy yourself 1 or 2 fruits and snack with the fruits. If you must. Otherwise, avoid it. And if you seem to have appetite to snack, I it very many years ago when I was working, I have bitter cola in my possession all the time. I just take a little bite and that seals it for the day until it's time for lunch. Have your lunch with vegetables. This is important. Eat organic food as much as possible. Yes, you can eat all the fancy foods in all those restaurants, but as much as possible, remember the organic foods, not the one packaged for you. Avoid energy drinks. I'm looking at the students now. Avoid energy drinks. Those things are lethal. And for us all, when we go to shops, please read the labels of each thing you want to buy. The one that has a good percentage in the product are the first few ones, and then the insignificant ones come at the end of it. Learn to read your labels before you buy anything. In conclusion, eat all foods, but in moderation. Not too much of one thing. Like I said, too much of one thing is good for nothing. So the science of food is the science of survival. Do you agree with me? Thank you very much, everybody.
Wow. Thank you so much, Ma. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. All right, thank you. That was a very expository session. We have had the two sessions we have had already heavy sessions. The next session coming, it's going to be lightweight and very great for our mental health. All right, like the first two. All right, I learned a lot from what she just said. You know, especially the fact that she mentioned that she's, you know, she mentioned the word beta throughout. You know, I don't know if to say I'm a Gen Z, but I like one of the things I saw on the slides that, you know, you can sweeten bitter foods with honey. Honey. Yeah, just a little. Okay. I just wanted to say it loud so that, you know, I want to tell myself that you can use bitter cola and honey, you know, on very, okay. No, okay, that is not it. I thought that's what you meant. Separate. Okay. I was just trying to give myself a new diet, you know, because bitter, you know, is very important. So I am my first own consultant. Very important ideas. Thank you so much, Mike. If we have any question, we'll just take one. Okay, we'll have 1 and 2, and that'll be it, just for this session. The speaker professor is still around. If we have other questions, please. She's first. Awesome. I saw.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, ma'am. And let me just stand. I learned a lot from what you said. I try myself at my age to try to ensure that I eat right. Although considering our environment, not altogether very easy, but I do my 2023, yes, sometime 2015, 2016, what was reigning in Nigeria, and I know many people made a kill out of it, was keto diet. And that's a diet that essentially says you should not eat anything carbohydrates, and we know the environment we live in, most of our staples are carbohydrates. So I'd like you to give us your expert opinion on that. And if you may, please, I just want to contribute something with regards to diet, especially for those young children. Salty foods, chips, all our cheese balls. Apologies to the fans of the most popular cheese ball in town. You're just packing your children with salt. And that is why I'm a doctor myself. And that's why the incidence of cardiovascular diseases in young children, in young adults, is increasing. Ma'am, you know your own, in your generation, you had to have been above 50 before the word hypertension comes to be mentioned in your age group. But here, 20-something, 30-something, we're already having lifestyle diseases. So it's very important for those of us who are parents of young children here. You're not doing your children any good by giving them a lot of processed foods. I see a lot of parents, they line up at fast food joints. I know it's not exactly easy. Fast food joints, their jollof rice is not your tomatoes or your shumbu in the market. It's actually food coloring, and it is not in any way healthy for you. That is why we are having an increased incidence of that was just a short contribution. Thanks.
I feel you, because my daughter is like that age of yours. And when I have to go to the US to go play with them, you can't believe it. At the corner of my mind is like, oh God, I'm gonna eat rubbish in this country. And so I avoid going as much as possible because there's hardly anything. My daughter was telling me very recently, she bought some packets of, what was it? Dry pepper or something like that, packaged. And she read the ingredients on it, and there was brown sugar in it. And she said, brown sugar again, inside the pepper? Which one concerns brown sugar? So I told her, I beg you, take the photo of the thing, and we shall discuss it on my institute's page, professional page. They hardly can run away from any of these things. Advocacy is important. There's a lot of hypocrisy concerning the world food. They want some businesses to go on, and therefore WHO will close its eyes and give you another story. Unfortunately, I'm sorry to say that, but it's true. Yeah, so that's why I say, if we are lucky to be at this side of the world where you can plant your own organic food, go ahead, even if it's in a pot. Well, I'm very lucky, I'm happy that I have a whole farm. My garden is a whole farm. I plant my own vegetables, shoko, ewedu, tomatoes, pepper. The fruits are all there, and all. And you can plant your ewedu in a small patch, and your shoko in a small patch, and therefore try as much as possible with your organic foods. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Quickly, the next question.
Thank you very much, Ma, for such an insightful teaching. I feel that hearing about food, making us crave. Yes, Ma, I have two questions, and one being an observation. Out for an outreach somewhere, and then the person was saying that breakfast is king is just a propaganda by the the white guys who were selling cereals and all of those to try to get people to buy and eat. So I was trying to convince her, because I'm a medical professional, that this is not that, but she kept saying what she's saying. So I just wanted you to speak to that, and then also let it not be that we are doing 1 - 1 = 0. Someone is consuming cornflakes in the morning with a lot of sugar and all of those. It's just like, you know, taking out the whole essence of it. And my second question being that, what is, from professional and expert ideology, what is the proper duration for food consumption, like breakfast, lunch, and dinner? When should it be taken, and when is too late or when is too early? I don't know. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me take the number 2 first, as to the number of times you can eat and what time of the day. I discovered for many years that I have no time for 3 times a day food. So I eat only twice a day, and it's become part of me. I must eat breakfast. Even if I'm leaving home at 5 a.m., I would have eaten my breakfast 4 a.m. before I go, because I believe my psyche will tell me I have eaten. It's not as if I'm going to, it's the usual thing, the cereals. If even only cereals and a cup of tea or coffee, I believe I have had breakfast. Then I go. But if I do not, I will be thinking I'm hungry. I haven't eaten this morning. Therefore, we look at whatever is going on in the go slow and buy plantain chips and buy that other one and buy, no. So I eat breakfast. Now that I have more time in my hands, I eat my fruits like 8 o'clock in the morning, because that is the time I'm listening to the big stories on the radio. And I eat my fruits at that time. I've had my bottle of water earlier on when I woke up. And then my breakfast comes like 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock, somewhere around that. So I find it difficult to eat any other thing before 4:30, 5 o'clock. And so after that lunch, which is usually rich, what I mean is that I have my plate of usual anything, but most have vegetable in it. Between that 5:30 and going to bed like whatever time it is, I'm not hungry. So why do I need any other food? That is me. Some other people know how to move it and eat 3 times a day. So it depends on you. You study yourself, you think, oh, I should eat something. I think by 8 o'clock you should close the kitchen. I think by 8 o'clock, so that you will not have, I believe so. You might feel a bit uncomfortable during the night, I know. So I think that is it. Now, the first one was about breakfast. Permit me to say that one is balderdash. It's not true. Who has time to eat like a king in the morning? Who has time? You got to go to school, you got to go to work. So you can't sit down and start eating like a king. A king, I'm sure, will have a whole banquet. So let's be real. Let's be real. Eat your breakfast and go. If it's not good enough, when you get to the office, find something that is harmless, like your fruits. You laugh at harmless, yes. Like your fruits or something. Then when you get home, you'll have time to sit down and then eat like a king at that time. That's my own belief. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, celebrate her. All right, so good, so good. I'll just thank God that we're live streaming this to Gen Zs all over the world. Yeah, because that's 8 o'clock, close the kitchen. That's when the kitchen opens for some people. Yeah, 8 o'clock, please open the kitchen. That's when they start till like 2, 3 a.m. working and all that. Healthy eating is very, very important. Speaking about food, we have something for brunch, something light, but that would hold us good. Sammy Cares. And so they have intentionally made that provision. We're going to take a break soon. And the session we have now is upbeat, and the speaker is so also. It's going to come quickly and deliver some very, very important information about mental health. All right. He's called the Mentalist. All right. When we take the break, you'll know what we have, and then I'll explain to you some other things that are available for us to explain. Francis, the Mentalist.
Tolushedo Francis, also known as the Mentalist, is a dedicated advocate for mental health and wellness in Nigeria.
Mrs. Coca, I take coffee every morning. Any day that I wake up and I do not take coffee, I feel like I've not eaten breakfast. And once I take that, it takes me up to like 2 p.m. and then I find something to eat. But not everybody is like me. Good morning, everyone. My name is Tolushedo Francis, aka the Mentalist, and I'll be discussing something with us that is very different from what Prof has shared with us and what Coca has discussed with us. They have talked about the medical aspects. When Prof was talking, I just remembered my undergraduate days as a biochemistry student, you know, all those things, and then you draw the pathways, how this one is traveling and all of that. And then when Mrs. Coca was speaking, I remember the particular course that I took in school called nutritional biochemistry, and how the lecturer will come to class and then you draw Krebs cycle, you draw the pathway for glucose, the pathway for this one. Well, the knowledge did not waste, we still use it. But today we're going to be discussing something very, very critical, and I believe that is at the intersection of the human life. For every individual, whether we like it or not, we all have mental health. Do you agree with me? What's happening? Do you agree with me? Okay, in case you don't agree, maybe if I give you a definition of what mental health is, then you would understand that we all have mental health. What we all don't have is mental illness. So your mental health includes your social well-being, your psychological well-being, your emotional well-being, and your cognitive well-being. Your social well-being is your ability to interact with people on a social level. You go out for events, as you are here like this, you are socializing. At one point or another, you have asked the person seated next to you, how are you? What did you write? What did she say? What did he say? And all of that. Your cognitive well-being is your ability to think, to process your thoughts as much as possible. Your psychological well-being is your state of mind, how you're able to articulate things all together. And of course, your emotional well-being is how you manage your emotions and how you respond. Auntie Tony said that I have to do a slide. I'll try as much as possible to use this slide. I'm not your typical trainer who uses slides. I prefer to go with the flow. So I'll use my slide. It says the crisscross effect. I don't know where they got this title from, the crisscross effect. Mental health and non-communicable diseases. Slide, please. So the mind and body are interconnected, and taking care of our mental health is as important as taking care of our physical health. During my time as a board director at World Federation for Mental Health, one of the things that we advocated under the universal health coverage is that when people come to the hospital, in the process of taking their vital signs, they should also take some mental health assessment. Because when someone is sad, right, the person would at some point be difficult to get out of bed. When someone is sad, you really do not want to do anything. Until someone comes to the hospital and says, I have a headache. The headache is a symptom of something. Medical doctors in the house agree with me. They will not talk now. Let's talk now. That headache is a symptom of something in itself. Now, while headache can be a symptom of so many illnesses, headache could also be a symptom of stress. Now, what part of that person is stressed? Is it physical stress or is it emotional stress? And so we began to advocate that, look, when people walk into the hospital, while you're taking all the vital signs, you're checking the height, the weight, and all of those things, can you just ask this person, how are you? And do not look for a cliche response. but you're asking and you want the person to give you a response. So now ask the person next to you, how are you? Make sure you get a response from that person. You see, the greatest challenge that we have as humans is vulnerability. We just feel that we create we put ourselves in a boxing ring where you just want to occupy that space, and in your mind, you're safeguarding yourself. But the truth of the matter is we are social beings. And so whether we like it or not, we have one reason or the other to interact with people. Your ability to tell how you really are would determine how much help you would get from people around you. Your ability to state how truly you feel has a way of determining how the person next to you would treat you. I do say that the barest minimum that we can give ourselves as humans is kindness. And so your mental health is as important as your physical health. Same way your physical health is as important as your mental. If you don't agree with me, let me see your hand. I knew you thought I was. Let's have the next slide, please. Now, so let's talk about non-communicable diseases. I mean, we do know that SIDS is a non-communicable disease as it were. I mean, by definition, they are non-infectious and non-transmissible among people. The four main types are cardiovascular, cancers, chronic lung disease, and diabetes. I have lost two precious women in my life to cancer. In 2005, my mom died of cancer of the liver. In 2006, my paternal grandmother died of cancer of the ovary. Of course, these two women, two different processes. Of course, they couldn't operate on the liver, but my grandmother who had cancer of the ovary went through surgery. She was fine, she was discharged. She was going through chemotherapy, and then she walked into the bathroom, slumped, and she was in coma for the next, I think, 2 weeks, and then she passed on. And when it comes to lung diseases, my paternal grandfather died in 2017. He died of tuberculosis. He has been smoking almost all his life. So I have had people close to me who have experienced or who have lost due to non-communicable disease. Now, so when we say non-communicable disease, it means that if I sit close to you, I can't be infected, right? It's different from when someone sneezes and then you catch the cold virus. They are two different things, right? How many of you know how to catch, let me use that word, catch chicken pox from another person? Do you think sitting close to someone with chicken pox, you get infected with chicken pox? You agree? Okay, Prof, sir, I've met some doctors who told me that the moment the pus come out of your body, it's not infectious anymore. How true is that when it comes to chicken pox? That's correct. Before it comes out, thank you, sir. But a lot of us don't have this knowledge. So back then in university, I had chicken pox. And the school sent me home. I attended a private school, so they sent me home. So as soon as I got home, our family doctor came and she felt sad. She said, if only they knew that at this stage, you can't infect anybody anymore. But do you know that people don't have that knowledge? Anyways, I'm not to discuss chickenpox, but that's just an information for you. But you understand what we talk about non-communicable disease as it implies you cannot be infected just by sitting by the person and all of that. Next slide, please. My job is to talk about mental health and how it plays around non-communicable diseases. Next slide. Thank you. I tried as much as possible to run away from statistics because I knew that I would have some very senior, knowledgeable people in the house. I knew that Prof was coming. So I wanted as much as possible not to give statistics so that Prof would not ask me after, like, who gave you those statistics? What research did you carry out? How many publications have you released? So I tried as much as possible. But I mean, you can't talk about this and not still bring out some form of data and the like. So in terms of mortality, right? So we had said NCDs are estimated to account for 29% of all death. You have 11% that are cardiovascular. You have 4% cancers, 2% chronic respiratory diseases, 1% diabetes, 12 other NCDs, 63% communicable, maternal, perinatal, and nutritional conditions, and 8% injuries. Now, NCDs and mental health are interconnected, with one often impacting the other. The psychological impact of NCDs can worsen overall outcome and quality of life. Why I say that mental health is at the intersection of the life of every individual is that a condition has a tendency of impacting your psychological well-being. And the moment your psychological well-being is impacted, it has a way of either hibernating or shutting down other aspects of your life. Let's take a case in point. Who is hungry here? You are correctly hungry. Almost everybody is hungry. Okay, it's almost time for lunch, if not time for lunch. If that hunger persists, it begins to affect how you reason, true or false? As that true was. Now, as it affects how you reason, it affects your productivity, right? Now, as it affects your productivity, at some point, you will shut down, and all you'll be asking for is just give me food. Do you know how many things get affected just for the microseconds or 1 minute that you're not able to function just because you are hungry? Now, just picture that. I remember growing up as a child, anytime I tell my mom that I have it, it's not a headache that is wrong with you, you are hungry. Just tell me you are hungry, it's not a headache. You know, our mothers have a way of knowing these things. I mean, I don't know, but mothers are wise. Please, can you clap for mothers in the house and aspiring mothers? Right. So we have said that when it comes to non-communicable disease, we have that statistics. Next slide, please. I don't want to focus on non-communicable disease, basically. Now, this is another one. It says deaths from non-communicable disease since 2000. Each year, an average of 36.2 million people die of non-communicable diseases, equivalent to 68% of global death. So you have 61% in 2000, 68% in 2010, 71% in 2015, 2019. I did not put this data together. You can see my source there. What WHO Global Health estimates wasn't me, but you can see. Next slide, please. No, sorry, before you go to the next slide. So if you look at it very well, you'd see the parts that are colored darker blue represents the other forms of death or death from other causes. And then the lighter shade of blue are NCDs related death. Next slide, please. Now, let's talk about the connection between mental health and NCDs. Now, people with mental health conditions are more likely to develop non-communicable diseases. Lifestyle factors such as smoking, poor diet, and lack of exercise can increase risk for mental health conditions and non-communicable diseases. Now, addressing mental health as part of preventive care can improve overall outcome. Let's talk about this briefly. Smoking as a lifestyle has a tendency to introduce a lot of things into the life of a human being. Poor diet, I mean, that's why I really paid attention so much to Mrs. Coker's session. Poor diet plays its own role as well. And lack of exercise, the ability to stay fit. Now, when you look at all of this, you realize that at some point we begin to live a sedentary lifestyle. They're not able to move around. And the moment you begin to experience all of that, you need to look at the origin, the source. One of the things that I do when people come for therapy is to ask them, what do you think is the issue that you have? So usually I do what I call consultation, where I say, just come, right? Just come and talk. Just come and rant and share with me. When did you notice this and all of that? And some of them, they're like, whew, okay, I didn't know I had that much to say, right? And then you now take it from there. The reality is we cannot take away the fact that our lifestyle plays an important role in how we live our lives and how clear our bill of mental health can be. And so if you look at all of these, you realize that how people live their lives, the steps that they take, does one or two things. One, either it helps you to manage non-communicable diseases, or two, it introduces non-communicable diseases into us. Some of the factors of poor diet, I mean, in children, we have things like kwashiorkor and the likes, like we all are aware of. And then you begin to have, do you know how much do in Nigeria? Now, for some people, sitting at a beer parlor or at a lounge to drink is not because they want to. It's a way to escape from the real issues. And like I tell people, if you like, drink from now till tomorrow and sleep under the influence of alcohol, you mechanisms to deal with situations in lives. Now, the mechanism, what does it like rats? Nobody likes rats. Rats. Nobody. And that's not nice. So imagine you kill rats in your house, just one rat. And rather than throw your rug, you will stumble and you will scream that for many of us handle situations in our lives. We assume that we can keep pushing. How are you with the manager? How are we do where we do, where you left us? I said, well, God they do. And we keep pushing. Rather than attack the situation, we in our own minds, we are managing the economy. And so if you look at your health and you look at yourself, you want to ask, how is current thought having an effect on me? And I would like to close in a little bit on the reason why we're here today. We're focusing on, this is a sickle cell advocacy organization. And I've had opportunity of discussing, providing help. And what I tell, and every time I even have the opportunity, the thoughts that this person CD is enough to affect the psyche of the person. That's number one. Number two, how you approach this person, how you cater to and care for this person is another factor. And so you realize that this person is not battling just one thing, but battling various things. Perception of outsiders. How do you treat the person at home? How do people see this person outside? How are you, as the family members, helping this person to cope with the external pressures and factors outside? They will cope outside and then they come in again, where they should experience love and care, they are struggling to cope again. And so you find some of them living on autopilot. Oh, let's not even talk about the pains that they go through. Well, let's not even talk about the susceptibility to addiction of medications that they take because of the pain that they experience. And so you realize that we all have responsibility, and like I often say, we all may not be carers, but we all can be advocates. We all can encourage them to live lives. And so what responsibility do we understand that the thought that I am done with this is enough to crumble that person? Now there is a need for us to be emotionally there for them to help them on the end of it. Let's have another slide before I keep talking. Anxiety, risk of non-curricular to deceive ourselves. You're unable to live your normal life. It's enough to cripple your to make you feel you should leave this world because you and then before and after. And at some condition that thing happens every time, this time of the year, that begins to your best life. And because they are not communicable. So even if people look at you, they are not to say this is happening to this person. It's not very visible a number of times. There is something I'm going to wrap up with. I want to be sure that I finish myself. Like I said, I must use this slide. Do I have another slide? I don't know how many slides I have there. Prevention. Taking care of our mental health is just as important as our physical. We have mindfulness. Now, mindfulness is not prayer. Meditation is not prayer. It's simply centering yourself. You staying at the center yourself. Live above the current surface of the earth where you are and allow yourself to picture the beautiful things that you want in your life and how you want to live, and just zero in. Take off the worries at that present moment and allow yourself to enjoy the bliss of this world. It's simply about you putting your mind at that point where you are not bothered, you're not thinking about circumstances, you're not thinking of problems. Instead, your mind presents to you solutions to problems. The day you're able to move away, and it takes practice, honestly, meditation and mindfulness take practice. Sometimes you could use music as a form of meditation. Again, you don't have to be religious. You don't have to be a Christian, a Muslim, an atheist to practice mindfulness or meditation. It's a basic human practice that is not tied to any spirituality. Wake up in the morning, before you get out of bed, just stay in that position, your eyes shut, you're not thinking about anything, and just allow yourself to be still and calm. You can imagine the things that will flood through you and see how empowering that can be. Sometimes you go on YouTube, you find some musicals that can aid your meditation and your mindfulness. Practice this, it energizes you. Talking about exercise is not until you start sweating and everybody knows that you're exercising before you exercise. Sometimes taking a walk can just be all that you need. It improves your heart rate and all of that. Skipping could just be the exercise that you can do within your house. I mean, now have the money to pay for gym, but you can do the gymming in your house. Are we together? Am I speaking to people in here? Seek help. This is very, very important. Please seek help. People often say that I don't know who to talk to before they go and put my story on Instablog Nigeria and all of that. I understand. But the truth of the matter is there are people out there who you can speak with and your secret will still be a secret. But please do not hold it. The challenges I will feel a lot of times is until it gets here before people speak out. But please, as much as possible, speak out and you will get help. And if you speak to someone and you're not getting the help that you need, please speak to someone else. Your friends may not be able to help you. That's the honest truth. There's what we call psychological first aid. And I do encourage that everybody takes it as a course to learn. We all can offer psychological first aid to people. It's just that when you offer first aid to people, it doesn't necessarily mean that you're giving them the care, but at least something that they can use to hold body, if I can use that word, before they see a core professional who can attend to them through assessments and diagnosis. Next slide, please. Prioritizing both physical and mental health is crucial in preventing communicable diseases and achieving overall well-being. That should be the last slide, I guess. All right, that's the last slide. Now, I'm going to wrap up with this analogy. There's what we call problem thinking, problem feeling, and problem behavior. So imagine, sorry, I was about to ask for marker. So imagine, I want you to draw in your note. At the top, put problem thinking, draw an arrow, draw another box, put problem feeling, and then draw another arrow, put another box, problem behavior. Again, problem thinking, problem feeling, problem behavior. Who wants to show me what they have drawn? Let me see if you got my instruction right. Great. Problem thinking, problem feeling, problem behavior. Now, why do you think I'm wearing a pair of glasses? Eye defect, right? But can you see the eye defect? The only way you know that I have any eye defect because I'm wearing a pair of glasses, right? As everybody is seated here without my glass, I'm seeing 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2. Okay. Now, problem thinking simply says, I'm thinking that I have an issue. There's a thought process that says I have a problem. After thinking that I have a problem, I begin to feel that problem. But what everybody sees is my behavior. Nobody sees my thoughts. Nobody sees my feelings, but everybody sees my behavior. And that's exactly how mental health issues present themselves. Take, for instance, I walk into this room and I want to sit beside her, our heart therapist. And she begins to adjust. I move closer, she moves. I move closer, she moves. What's the first thing that will come to my head? Is something wrong with me? Am I oozing? That's my thought, right? What my thought will produce could be various things. Oh, she's rejecting me. Oh, I feel unwanted and all of that. What do you think my behavior would be? I could walk out and start crying. The core of dealing with ourselves starts from here. Who do you think you are? What do you think you are? How does it affect how you feel? Remember, I talked about your cognitive well-being, and I talked about your emotional well-being, which is all about your heart. How do you feel? Happy, sad, joyful? And next thing is your behavior. Your behavior begins to reflect in how you interact with people. Social anxiety, you're avoiding seeing people, you're avoiding going out. So I want to wrap up by saying, you are larger than whatever you think you experience or you have. You are one step away from living your best life yet. All you just need to do is to decide that I will live my best life, irrespective of whatever it is that's presented. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Wow. Awesome time. Thank you so much, Telsha. I don't know. I'm going to ask our opinion on a few things. First things first. Should we take a brunch break and then take the next session and then join the questions together? Okay. Do we have any questions from this session? 1, 2. Let's take it quickly. Please, I crave the audience. This is very important. Let's just take it quickly. After this, I'll just let me serious. I think we're virtually done. We'll be done quite very soon. But let's just take the question. Please, if the mic can be given to him. Oh, I thought somebody said, oh, please. Okay, just give to her. While since she's there.
All right, thank you so much for the presentation. So my question is as regards, for lack of a better word, mental health first aid. So a typical scenario, you have a friend or a colleague who is a sickle cell patient and they're just really going through it. And so what's the right approach to, because is a thin line between advising them to do the right thing and being empathetic. And sometimes you don't have the right words. You don't want to say, oh, you'll be fine, you've gone through it before, this will be better. So what's the ABCD of actually offering? I believe it's more elaborate, for just go to steps.
Is there any other question? Yes. Let me just take all together.
Please help get the mic over there.
Sorry, I wanted to clarify my thinking of what is the difference between non-communicable diseases and hereditary diseases. Thanks.
Thank you very much. I try as much as possible to avoid giving steps or ABCD of this and this. And I'll tell you why. I practice what I call person-centered approach, in the sense that if Charles comes to me and Cynthia comes to me, I don't do a straight-jacketed kind of therapy system. I like to approach it from the angle that works with Charles so that I'm able to achieve the result that I want to achieve and how I can work with Cynthia. And that's why I begin with, you tell me what's been happening to you. I've had people who have come who have wanted me to go the Christian route because they want me to bring the essence of God into whatever is happening to them. Professionally, ethically, I can't, right? But if that is how I'm able to reach my clients to achieve the result, the goal at the end of the day is that my client feels better, right? So when it comes to mental health first aid, or when it comes to helping someone in crisis, the first thing that I say is show empathy, right? There is no need to remind the person, it happened to so and so, and he dealt with it like this. No, show empathy, be present. It's just like we want to do suicide intervention. A number of times we are not even there. But you look for someone who is close, and you first of all try to get the person to keep talking to you until someone can get there to assist the person. So show empathy, let the person know that you are there. You may not even have to say anything, right? Just the fact that you're physically present with that person, or that person can hear you speak, is enough. And secondly, now begin to help the person realize that I'm still here with you. You can talk to me. And of course, you begin to gauge, are you able to provide that help that person is at that point in time, or do you need to move the person to the hospital, or do you need to call someone who can speak to such a person. So, I mean, I won't come here to say, do this, but fundamentally, it's showing the empathy to that person, let the person know that I am present with you, I am here with you. Then you now begin to look at the other intricacies of how personal this thing is to this person, or maybe you need to move that person to the hospital immediately, right? I'm tempted to dodge your question. But as the name implies, hereditary is as it is hereditary. I'll take, for example, I may not use the proper medical terms. You find a family of 4 and they all use glasses. Genetics. One person, you might find there's only one person in a family of 4 who happens to use glasses and the children are not using. But if you trace, someone some generations ago had eye defects, just that is not reflecting in the current family. If you remember when we were in secondary school, X and Y, when they ask us to draw to link like this, so you have X here, this one marries Y, so when you cross and cross and cross and cross and cross. Non-chemical diseases necessarily do not have to do with family as it were. It's just what it is. It's a disease. It's only called non-chemical in the sense that if I sit close to this person or I cannot get from this person, for example, the fact that someone had a particular does not mean that the child would have sex. It's a gene, right? Not I'm not a double in your family lineage. It could be from the mother's side, from the father's side, but you know that whether mother's side or father's side, you are a product of the merger of both father and mother's side. And you pick several traits from each of them. If you look within your family, for example, your father's side, they are all tall and dark. Your mother's side, they are all short and fair. And then you find yourself, one person is dark, one person is fair, one person is chocolate, and all of that. I like to use my family as an example. All the boys in my family were dark. All the females, they are fair. And I looked at my family lineage and I realized that from my mother's side, the 2 parents are dark. From my father's side, Mama was very yellow. Grandpa, very dark, with typical Yoruba tribal mark. So I concluded, even as far as the forehead of the girls in my family, they picked that from my paternal grandmother. Their complexion, the same thing. But you see all of us that are guys like this, we are the ones that are tall and the ones that are dark. So some of those, as little as it may be, I think they call it philology or something, but you get my explanation. Thank you very much, sir.
Let's celebrate him much more better than we're doing now. Thank you so much. That was expertly and that was quick. All right, we have a very beautiful session. I call it beautiful because it's going to do with art. Art is beautiful, all right? So just before that session, I'm going to ask, please, that the organizers begin to share the brunch, the light refreshment, so that we can take it while we are seated. We want to do the remaining part of the program very quickly and do it in time. Before that session comes up, that very beautiful session, we have a special goodwill message from a representative from the Provost College of Medicine, University of Lagos. She's here. She's been seated quietly and just paying attention all through. We respect and honor her. Thank you so much, Dr. Funto Kalejaye. Let's receive her. Thank you for clapping. You can do better. Don't worry, when they give you water and small chops now, you'll be more energetic to do so. Thank you, Dr. Funto.
Good afternoon, everyone. I bring you greetings from Professor Dewele Oke, the Provost of the College of Medicine, University of Lagos. We would like to congratulate and thank the Sickle Cell Advocacy and Management Initiative for their immense contribution to healthcare in the last 15 years. May God continue to bless your efforts. Now, non-communicable diseases is a problem both globally and certainly in Nigeria, and may occur from lifestyle and genetic factors. Now, according to the World Health Organization report of 2023, heart disease, cancers, diabetes, chronic lung diseases are collectively responsible for 74% of all deaths worldwide. And greater than 80% of those that died prematurely or before 70 years of age actually occurred in low and middle income countries. Now, the reasons for this are not too far-fetched. Problems with awareness, problems with screening, and of course, the lack of health insurance. Now, 4 major risk factors, including tobacco use, physical inactivity, alcohol abuse, and unhealthy diets have been attributed to be the risk factors for NCDs. Now, the 2020 NCD Progress Monitor Report revealed a rising NCD burden in Nigeria with over 600,000 NCD-related deaths, which accounts for about 29% of all deaths. Of at least a quarter of these were aged 30 to 70 years. So this we regard as premature death. Therefore, needless to say, the epidemic of NCD poses a devastating health consequence for individuals, for families, for communities, and threatens to overwhelm the health system. Therefore, our pain is collective, and our prevention strategies and management initiatives must be collective as well. So how do we more or less reduce the incidence of NCDs? Reduction in modifiable factors, decreasing alcohol use, encouraging healthy diets, encouraging physical activity, and this can be done by community awareness programs, health talks like this. Thank you, Sami, for what you've done today. Thank you for all our guest speakers. We want to create more awareness for non-modifiable risk factors. Those that have sickle cell disease, for example, SCD awareness programs, counseling, screening. For those that have hypertension that more or less runs in families, it's important for them to go for screening from time to time. It's also important to involve our healthcare facilities. Therefore, the role of centered healthcare and universal coverage cannot be overemphasized, and this should involve the 3 tiers of our health care system: the local government, including the primary health cares, assisted by the NGOs, the state government hospitals, as well as the tertiary healthcare centers. And like I said earlier, this should be helped by all the NGOs. What would I do without your smart awareness about NCDs? We wish you fruitful deliberations. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. We apologize for the sound glitch. It was a beautiful song, but just wrong timing. Yeah. All right. Just to confirm that everyone has received something, a refreshment, water. If you need water, if you need something more, please just wave your hands. Want something more, like more information? Yeah, more, you want to make more inquiries, you want to just, just ask. We would gladly give to you, but I will not take further time. All right. I will not take further time while we are trying to munch and just help our cravings. I would recognize a few people before I call up our next and final speaker, because we just have a panel afterwards, after she speaks. That panel, you don't want to miss that panel, all right? Okay. All right, special mention. We just want to recognize some people that are here. They're going to be in the panel, and maybe you know the profile, and it'll help you know that what will be discussed. It's a very, very, very to your theme. Let's recognize and celebrate. Here she's seated from Exin Research Limited, Dr. Benita Uzonwane. Please recognize and just put your hands together. Oh, if your hands are not busy, I forgot to engage you. I am sorry about that. All right. Thank you so much. Also, the founder of Crimson Bow Sickle Cell Initiative. Let's recognize and appreciate. She's been sitting quietly and listening. I really appreciate that. Simile Edwin. Thank you. Thank you. Please make her feel welcome, people. Thank you so much. This is a good time to play that music. Music helps to make them. All right, thank you. Also want to recognize from the Lagos State Ministry of Health, we have Lagos State represented here very nicely, and we appreciate the governor for that. All right, from Lagos State Ministry of Health, Dr. Kehinde Giwa, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Yeah, she's seated there. She's been seated and present. Also, I want to recognize this person. Okay, the language is not clear. I don't want to bastardize this. Peter, please come. All right, it's better clarified than I'm sorry. All right, representing the CME of LUTH, Professor Adeyemo, is no other person than the HOD of Hematology and Blood Transfusion, Dr. Anne A. Obenga. Thank you so much. Thank you. You see the long pronunciation. If I didn't clarify that, I would have just been mumbling and all that. Thank you so much. I would make recognition of some other members of our panel. You know, I just wanted to let you know that we have a very strong panel, you know, getting ready immediately after this session to deliver on a very key topic in a very short time. Ladies and gentlemen, at this point, the very famous art therapeutic coach, she's been seated to keep on time. She's been quiet and just listening, taking everything in. It's time for her to release to us. Please make welcome Mrs. Olayinka Enahoro as she comes to delight us with the art session using art as a therapeutic.
Olayinka Enahoro
please
is a certified therapeutic art life coach. Additionally, she holds certificates as an integrative wellness practitioner,
hello everybody,
a color and journal therapy
very
coach,
good afternoon to
and a
you.
purposeful parenting coach. She's also a speaker, mentor, facilitator, event coordinator, and creative entrepreneur. She's a member of the Life Coaches Association of Nigeria, a Global Arts in Medicine alumni, and an Origami Society of Nigeria fellow. She obtained a social/nonprofit management and leadership certificate from the African Social Innovators Program run by the nonprofit organization.
It's not necessary. We still have the panel to look forward to, so we're cognizant of time. Hi, everybody. Okay, so I think she's mentioned who I am. Let's just move along quickly. So, next slide. Yeah, so these are the topics that I'm going to try and cover in today's session. First of all, I just want to acknowledge the brilliance of Prof. Thank you so much for everything concerning neurology. Actually, my foray into everything brain and neurology happened when my daughter, she's now 21, developed epilepsy at about 3. And then I wanted to find out what was going on in her brain and the workings of the brain. And this is what has led me down this path. And also to Mrs. Coker for your, truthfully, we all know what to do. We all know what to do. People say, the economy, but you know, we are our first consultant. Thank you very much for that. And then to Mr. Francis, he's gone, unfortunately, but you know, it's amazing how each thing, if you really look at it, is leading up to the next, So art, in this instance, has a lot to do with mental health, right? So these are the topics that I'm going to be talking about. Let's just move on to the next slide. So the beginnings of art. If we look at that slide, at those slides there, you're going to see that this is the very beginning of man's communication. Right. So let's move on to the next. See how 73,000 years ago, that is a very long time. And the oldest cave animal, which is this pig, 45,500 years ago. That is amazing. That's when we can, did I do that? No. We can trace back art. Now, when you think about art, I'm sure you think about these kinds of sketches, these kinds of drawings. Does anybody here think that art is only for children? Yeah? Does anybody think, does any adult here own a packet of coloring pencils? Yes, great. Or crayons? Yeah, fantastic. Okay, so let's move on to the next slide, please. The next slide, art therapy versus therapeutic art. Okay, so here we have a difference. Mr. Francis spoke about mental health, and I'm sure a lot of us know about mental health and what happens. I mean, we see enough people on the streets having these issues. We may even know family members that have some sort of instance of mental health or the other. Now, an art therapist is actually a psychotherapist, and that is a licensed doctor, but uses art as a tool, not necessarily talk therapy. So you find out that not everybody has the ability to talk about their problems. Not everybody has the ability to even want to share what they're going through. But art is silent. Art has the ability for you to self-express. If you're hurting, if you're grieving, if you're angry, art has the ability for you to take what is on the inside, what is on your subconscious, and bring it out in conscious ways. A therapeutic art, though, which is what I am, because I am not a licensed psychotherapist, is where art and its various expressions, and I'm going to go into various expressions a little bit later, I use as a tool towards the healing from an illness or part of a wellness self-care practice. You do not have to be qualified as a therapist. You can be a coach like I am. A health worker can actually do therapeutic art, as can we on our own self. And I'll show you how to be your own self-therapeutic arts coach. Thank you very much. Let's move on to the next slide. Am I fast? Am I too fast? Okay, I'm just conscious of time, so I will try and slow down now. So now a lot of things have been spoken about the non-communicable diseases, right? The NCDs, that big NCD, okay? And the evidence, even Mrs. Coker has spoken about heart disease, diabetes, and all of these things that are diseases, but they're not communicable. You can't sit next to somebody that has a heart disease and get heart disease. So the beginnings of art. challenges and stress. And Mr. Francis already mentioned it here, all completely. What stress can cause? Headaches, migraines, anxiety, depression, memory and concentration impairment, emotional roller coaster issues. That's where your emotions go high and low, like you're on this roller coaster of emotions. Sometimes you're really, really, really angry and then you just cry. It's just a whole gamut of emotions that you can't seem to understand. Erectile dysfunction and low sex drive, muscle tension and pain, digestive issues, heartburn. You never know that stress can cause something like heartburn or even digestive issues. Female fertility problems, high blood pressure. You see, all these things, I'm going from the very easy ones like migraines and headaches up until the harder, coming into the disease factors of high blood pressure and therefore diabetes, weight, high pressure, and therefore risk of heart attack and stroke. And also stress, we have with the previous speakers, obviously it's a mental state as well. But if you're depressed, if you're always anxious, you have a negative mindset, these diseases, let's just call them a little army of ants. They will take opportunity to infiltrate your more. Next slide. Art and health. In 1940, the Constitution of World Health Organization states, health is a state of complete physical, mental, and social well-being, and not merely the absence of disease or infirmity. So the fact that you're sitting here and you came here and you can walk and you can talk does not mean that you are completely whole. Holistic health is what the WHO is all of this aspires to. So you've heard the neurological part, you've heard about what we should or shouldn't eat, you've heard about the mental part, and now this is a way in which, a tool in which we can help ourselves to be this way, not just physically, but mentally and of course socially. So in recent decades, we have understood the intrinsic health benefits of artistic and leisure activity help us to emotionally navigate the journey of battling an illness or injury, to process difficult emotions, times of art help to go into too much detail, the evidence-based evidence that shows documented research carried out on what art does to patients within a hospital environment, and how it can actually promote their healing. With all the unfolding evidence, the arts and all its expressions will become the new frontier in healthcare and well-being. There is a marriage between, I am an art in health medicine alumni. What does that mean? It's a fellowship that integrates and shows us how art, and by its expressions, that is integrated nowadays into health, into the hospital environment, and this efficacy of it as well. So here you see a quote that says, I could say things with color, going back to what we're talking about, not being able to speak, but using something to express themselves. Margaret Naumburg is the first art therapist, is credited, she's the first art therapist. She's the first doctor that became an art therapist. So life is full of challenges, we all have them. Art has helped me through my very own deep valleys, and indeed art does have the ability to do that. Let's go on to the next slide, please. On art. So this is a study, this is a scientific book. I just recently got it, very, very happy. I've just started reading, right? There's even another book, and this is an aside, Growth Brain Axis. I'm going to mention something about that now. So we have learned how our brain releases certain hormones when we're stressed, i.e. adrenaline, cortisol, there are a few others, neuroephedrine. I don't want to become too technical before profit. You're not saying the right thing, right? But mainly cortisol. The brain also releases hormones when viewing or creating art and its related expressions. And these hormones can help reduce the amount of cortisol in our bodies. They help to reduce stress and, by extension, all the opportunistic ailments that I have mentioned before. It does this by helping to release our daily dose. We all know what dose is. When you go to the hospital, what is the dosage of the medicine I have to take? Well, this is a daily dose that our brain gives us. So here we can see 4 of the main ones. Mind you, our brain is the power bank of our entire system. Our brain is the power bank of our entire system. So when we view or interact with art, we release dopamine. We've all heard of dopamine, right? Have we? Yeah? Okay, it's the pleasure. You release dopamine when you're doing pleasurable things, the feel-good hormone, and that activates the brain's reward system. So you find out that how does art do that? When you're creating something and you look at what you have created, there is something that feels, oh, I'm proud of what I have done, right? And you have this reward system that is activated and releases dopamine. It's all very complex. I've really just simplified all of this for today's presentation. Oxytocin, we've called it the love. Everybody knows when you're in a new relationship, it's like, these oxytocins be firing out, right? But oxytocin is one other hormone that you can release during times of bonding, which brings us to talk about bonding in terms of as a group when you're creating something together as a group like this, you know, when you're talking with people. That's why community and social well-being is very, very important in keeping yourselves healthy. Serotonin is the mood stabilizer. This enhances happiness and feelings of well-being and decreases worry. And apparently, it's also used in antidepressants. Now, there's something that I also wanted to mention about serotonin. 90% of serotonin is actually produced in the intestines in our stomach. So, the relationship between our bodies, what we eat, and the production of serotonin is very crucial. So you find out that you can eat certain foods and be depressed because 10%, it's just 10% that the brain produces. And that is the happiness, you can see, the mood stabilizer that enhances happiness. Fast foods, all the things that she has spoken about, I don't want to go technical about what you have to eat. She has said it all, right? The particular chemical that the gut produces in order for us to get serotonin. Then we have our endorphins, which is a stress reliever. It reduces feelings of pain and helps deal with stress. So these are the daily dose that we should somehow or the other find ways to get. Exercise is also something that I'm sure you've heard about, the runner's high, or when you exercise, you release endorphins. So it's a whole, let's just say a pot of stew. If you want to make stew, you have to have tomatoes, pepper, onions, right, and salt. These are things, let's just say that this is our daily pot of stew that we need to be able to be producing in our brains. Now, a caveat here, these hormones are not released exclusively on art. I just had to put that there. It's just art is one of the ways in which we can do this. Next slide, please. So, how many of us have been to a paint and sip? Nobody? Has any of us heard of a paint and sip? You've been to a paint and sip. Why did you enjoy it? Yeah, it was. Have you been to a paint and sip? No, but you heard about it, right? So we've all heard about the paint and sips. Actually, it's a phenomenon now. And it's not just in Nigeria, it's worldwide that this paint and sip, there is a reason why it is so popular. There is a reason why. This is from the Business Day online, where it says it's a therapeutic activity where we don't always have to use wine. We can drink water, we can drink green tea, Mrs. Coca. It helps you to express yourself through a paintbrush. But you see, this is an event that is enjoyed by all ages and genders. They can be virtual or physical. I mean, like during COVID, we saw the boom of these kind of activities virtually. Now you can go and attend one. And it is also possible for you to organize one with your friends and family. It doesn't have to, you do not have to now. In case I've seen some painter, anyway, maybe it's more, not just painting, some are high as 25, but then they're doing. So you see, it is a phenomenon that people engage in the actual process of making that art. She's a doctor. It's just, she's happy, she's smiling. Even just thinking about it releases those chemicals. And so you find out that apart from the communal activity, it is something that the creation of art does for one. Next slide, please. So we have, okay, it's like my okay, I had a table. This table is not showing. Okay, so before it becomes visible, according to the book Your Brain on Art, simple, quick, accessible acts of art can enhance your life. Just 20 minutes of doodling. I hope you know what doodling is. Doodling is just scribbling on a piece of paper. You know, you don't have to be making, like when I was sitting there, I was just doodling some leaves and some flowers. And our doctor here, she was not doodling, she was drawing something really good, right? But just 20 minutes of this in a day, or even humming, and this is where music comes into it. This is what is on the table, but it doesn't show. Can immediately support your physical and mental state. Some art and creativity expressions and activities include, but are not limited to, I have to read them here. Painting, we all know, we think of art, we think of painting, we think of maybe famous artists, Da Vinci or our own Onobrakbea, you know, Jukasidere, some of the great artists. Drawing, doodling, coloring, collage work, origami. There's an origami opportunity available at the end of this this whole session. And trust me, origami is really, 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 really fun. You've got to try it. The art of folding paper into shapes. Just paper, and you'll be amazed what that can do. I think my mentor, Dr. John, is already here waiting for everybody. Stenciling, embroidery, pottery, journaling. These are all artistic creativity, creative and artistic. Oh, it's there. Photography. How many of you like taking photographs? And I'm not talking about selfies, oh. Nope, no, not selfies. Going out and taking pictures of interesting things like this. This presents a very interesting shape, right? So just finding things in nature, finding things in your everyday environment. You don't have to have a camera to do that. Printmaking. Now, visiting art galleries and museums, you don't even have to. Exhibitions are mostly free. Even just viewing art, the brain already goes to production of these chemicals. Dancing is another one. Dancing. Who likes to dance? Dancing. What happens when you dance a lot? It makes you happy. Exactly. And so we need to do more of dancing. Just 20 minutes. Put on some of your favorite music and you just dance. That is an artistic expression. Attending the theater, drama, plays. So it's not necessarily all just about painting, but when you attend a theater, or you're in, even if you're somebody that likes to act, you know, that's part of it as well. Singing does wonders, as does orchestral music. I know from a recent National Arts in Health Week that I was involved in, we had an orchestra go into some hospitals, and the music, the soothing effect of the music, it really works wonders on the health of these patients that are in hospitals. Poetry reading, attending music recitals, I didn't pronounce that well. Culinary, now wow, Yinka. Arts and gardening. Do you know something, right? I will tell you something about the culinary art. I bake. And do you know when I have a headache and nothing I've taken, because I don't like to take too many pills, I go into the kitchen, I bring out my flour and my baking things, and I bake. And the process of baking releases something in my brain, and the headache goes away. I'm telling you, I kid you not, I won't say that it wasn't true. Every time I want to relax, every time I'm stressed, because maybe I make muffins and everybody wants my muffins, but I just go in there and I bake. For some people, it may be gardening. For some people, it may be even cooking. I don't like this oil. I don't like oil and all those things. So no, not cooking. Baking, yes. Next slide, please. So here, I want to show you some of the things that I do. Because when you think about art, you think about, oh my God, I can't draw. Oh my God, I'm not really good at this. I don't even understand colors. Let me tell you something. It's not about whether you can or you cannot draw. Everybody can write. Everybody can scribble. So I just want to show you some things here that these are my creations. This was created by me when I was very, very upset. And this is where we're talking about today's topic about self-expression. I was so upset. I was really, really, really upset. It was bothering me. I took out my paints and can you see any picture there? There's nothing. It's just about what was on the inside. So the blue represents, as a therapeutic art coach, I'll be able to say the blue represents something, as does the purple, as does the yellow. So the yellow in color therapy. I'm not going to go into that. I created this when I was really, really upset. And did it soothe me? It did, because I had to choose the colors. But I chose them from the inside. It was what I was feeling. I allowed my feelings to choose the colors. This one was created when Dr. John and myself, we went to an elder care home. And this I call paper plate art. And so you find that it's just done with markers, and it's just doodling, and coloring. And this already relaxes the mind. This is a coloring book. So you can actually get a coloring book. I know all of us know about coloring books because our children, we buy them for our children if you have children. But do you know that you can join your child in actually coloring? It would help you. But you can get a coloring book and get colored pencils and do this for yourself. This is collage, which is the cutting out of paper and creating this image. Out of paper, when you're using the scissors to cut round shapes, it relaxes your brain. It relaxes you. It reduces your anxiety. It reduces your stress because you're focusing on cutting the paper. And so whatever it is, your mind, everything about it, you're thinking on what you are doing. And then you use this to create this. That. Now, this is origami. I'll talk about that lastly. Now, you don't have to have specialist papers. I did this on a notebook. I had a very simple freehand mandala colored, but the act of doing this really relax daily dose of hormones. Now, this is a heart, and this is with a biro, and it's also on paper. You just draw a heart, and then you begin to doodle them inside. So what happens is, Mr. Francis talked about mindfulness and meditation. Do you know that in creating these things, when you are coloring and when you're cutting out, you can actually be meditating. If you're a Christian, you can take a word of God that will calm you. For instance, if you have something to do, I can do all things. This is just for if you're a Christian, and you meditate on that as you are creating, as you are coloring, right? So I just wanted to show you this as an example of what you can do to relieve your stress. Next slide, please. You do not have to be an artist to actually, there's a one missing. This is the last one. There's one, okay, I have it here. Okay, I think it wasn't. Isn't there one before this? Okay, there isn't anyone after this. Yes, this is it. Okay, so I'm almost done now. So a simple art kit. You know, you may think, oh gosh, I don't have enough money. I don't have to, I can't get all these things that she's talking about. But the truth of it is, okay, this is just a picture. The truth of it is that it doesn't have to be an expensive venture. You can make something it's called a self-care kit. Look at it as a self-care kit for yourself. Part of your wellness, part of your holistic keeping yourself. So printing paper, everybody has access to printing paper, cardboard paper, plain notebooks or lined notepads. As long as you have some sort of paper, everybody has biros, colored pencils, markers, or crayons. We've got paper, everybody, even newspaper. For instance, you get a gift and it's in a wrapping paper. You can cut the wrapping paper and use it to create the same collage or the same image that I did. I forgot to talk about the origami, but you see it here. Dr. John is at hand. You can also, so glue, everybody has glue, everybody has scissors, everybody has a ruler. You don't have to have stickers if you don't have stickers. Old magazines you can get from people that sell them as well. Then you have poster colors. You don't need the expensive ones, just a box of poster colors, six of them. They come in sixes. A few paintbrushes, plastic plates and cups. You do not need to get all the fancy palettes. You do not need anything fancy. And coloring books, obviously, as And you can also go to access to a printer. You can get some printable images, print them out, and just color them. YouTube and the internet. You can have sessions with your family and friends at home. You can organize a paint and sip for yourself. You don't even need all the things you like, the paint and sips. You have canvases and you have acrylic paints and you have all of that. But to be honest with you, all you need is cardboard paper, and it can be anything. It can be a doodling activity. You can do it by yourself. You can do it in the morning. You can do it in the evening after a hard day's work. But I tell you that, next slide, I tell you that this is just a tool for you to use. Feeding, eating properly is also a big part of it. Exercising is a big part of it. Maintaining healthy relationships is a big part of it. A healthy outside starts from the inside. It starts about what we think. It starts with what we eat. And it's up to you today to start making healthy choices. Not choices that are just healthy for your body, but healthy for your mind. So art, your brain on art. This is basically what I have tried to show you, that art is not just for the galleries or for people to the maestros and those that will connote or you get millions. Some arts can actually millions and millions of naira. So the last quote that I really, really, really love, right? If you don't make time for wellness, you will be forced to make time for illness. This Joyce Sunada was a teacher, and she had this quote because she was not making time for her wellness. She was working, she was teaching, she was working, she was teaching. She was not giving herself a break, and eventually she fell ill. And she fell ill in a very hard way, and she was forced to stop teaching. And so this is going back to when we want to look at the circle of everything that we have talked about. I want to bring it back to one thing, the sickle cell warrior. Art, I know, I learned this year from interacting with my sweetheart, Tony, Dr. Akinshete, who a lot of you know, that and she's an artist, she's an amazing artist. I wish she could tell us how she feels when she does her art. But what do you feel? Calm. She feels calm. See? As a sickle cell warrior, when you create art, it does something. There's evidence to show that consistent creation of art reduces crises. So just take note that if you want to know more, there is much, much more. I've simplified this for this particular presentation. But art does so much more in our bodies. Even, yeah, I think that is it. So last slide. I thank you so much for listening to me. I hope you've gotten something. And I hope you will create art. I hope you will just go and draw. It's not about being perfect. It's just about the process. Thank you so much.
So good, so good, so good. By the end of this, how many artists do we have now? Yeah. I was an artist before, so I continued in my. I'm an artist. I bake. For example, when you're talking about baking, I bake hot water. All right. Yeah, it does. It comes out very good. It comes out very well. All right, we'll just take a question or two, maybe one, because this is very key. Thank you, Star. Please quickly to him, and then we'll wrap on this. First, I want to say we sincerely and totally appreciate everyone that has stayed up until now. I would have said clap, but that might deplete your energy, but please clap. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you for waiting. We just have one more session. That'll be all. And it will be quick. It'll be done by the project director of SAMI, Peter Osikoya. All right, let's have a question, please.
Oh, thank you very much, Mrs. Enahoro. My name is Johnson Ekenga. I started when I was young with writing poems and all that and then I moved into writing songs. Do you classify writing songs as part of a therapeutic art?
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you for that question. Johnson, when you were writing, how did that make you feel? Give him the mic. How did that make you feel? You're still writing songs right now. And how does it make you feel?
Great.
That's the ultimate. You feel great. There's a release. And when you write songs, the songs come from where? From the within. Yes, a song. So if you notice, I did writing. So I did, there was so much more. I mean, listening to songs, but writing. I wrote journaling stroke writing, poetry. I did write poetry because there are some poems that I used to write a long time ago that when I see them, the poems were what I was going through at the time. They were not for anybody to see, but they were what I was feeling on the inside, and I just poured onto the pages of paper, which is what journaling is now, right? I mean, journaling is a thing, right? Yes. But journaling doesn't always have to be, okay, my day was this, my day was that. Journaling can be of you pouring yourself out, your thoughts, your thoughts about your mother. Oh, my mother has started again. I'm so upset. Guess what? In your writing these things, you are releasing that emotion. You're releasing it. Maybe you felt somewhere about your friend, and that's the colorful way I said I was really, really stressed. You just bring out something, even just a color text, and you just do like this. Do you know you're letting yourself out? So definitely music writing. And what do you do with the music? Do you create it? So basically you're a therapeutic person all in all, and that gives you joy. Yes, the creative process brings joy. Thank you so much.
Let's celebrate her. Thank you so much, man. Thank you so much. Thank you. All right. I would. Okay, a question. Oh, please.
Does digital art is it included? Yeah, because so it's not included in the paint, the starter kit.
No.
Kind of.
No, actually, all forms of art. Digital art is new. There are so many other things. I mean, to be honest with you, making masks of how you feel, and that's just papier mâché. If I wanted to go, I would have a whole page. Yeah, but definitely digital art. Definitely digital art. Yeah.
All right, thank you. I see hands raising up, but we don't want to take more than time. While he was talking about music, something just came to my mind. There are some music we sing in Nigeria that is stress. I'm not sure some music that they wrote in this country. I'm not sure it was Joy they used to produce those music. Some music that we sing in this country, I'm not sure it was written from Joy. But the way the person writing it.
If you take time to listen to lyrics, right? And it's not just about the dancing. I mean, it's part of it. If you listen to some lyrics, there's pain, there's experience, there's something that the person that wrote the lyrics went through, right? And in order for them to sell it, they will now make it marketable with the music aspect of it. Am I right? But it's pain, and that is a release. So yes, sometimes when we're dancing to all the songs, and we're not talking about all of the ones that are really, like the song that you played, John Legend, right? For instance, that is a message that he was giving out, and we all like it. But when you listen to lyrics of songs, even praise, even our praise songs, when you actually stop and listen to them, you will see the emotion that it brings out. So yes, definitely some of those songs, they were written under stress and duress.
Thank you so much. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, let's receive at this time Mr. Peter Osikoya, the project director for SAMI, as he leads the next session and the final session. Please do well to just receive him with a hand clap. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. Please, let's give ourselves a round of applause. Let's celebrate ourselves. It's very important. You've been here from morning till now, and we celebrate you for being here. My name is Peter Oshikoya. I'm the project coordinator, Warrior Rescue and Adopt a Warrior at Sickle Cell Advocacy and Management Initiative. I'll be calling on my panelists. First, I would have Dr. Ejiro Onoro. She's the Head Provider Relationship Manager at IGEA. Please, let's welcome her. Next, I'll be having Dr. Zainab Giwa, Lagos State Ministry of Health. Please, let's celebrate her as she comes up. Next, we have Dr. Joy from Lakeshore Cancer Center. Please, let's celebrate her as she comes up. I'm sure you'll be wondering you're having plenty of women. It's because it's women that are now doing advocacy. Or don't we think so? We have more women doing advocacy. Let's clap for our women. Next, we have Timmy Lewin. She's the founder of Crimson Bow Sickle Cell Initiative. Let's celebrate her. Next, from Exin Research Limited, we have Dr. Benita Uzonwane. I hope I got it correct. I did not murder somebody's name before they kill me on stage. Please, let's. So I will not be the only man on this panel. We have Dr. Emeka Onwune, who is the founder of Swift Medics. At least it's balanced now. We have six women and 2 guys. We tried, Abby. The men are represented too. Let's give ourselves a round of applause. Yes. So my topic today is building a resilient healthcare system for NCDs. Now, building a resilient healthcare system to empower and improve non-communicable diseases in Nigeria. My first question goes to us. First, I'd like to welcome everybody seated right here. Thank you for coming. We really appreciate your presence. This question goes to Dr. Giwa, and it is, what is the current state of Nigeria's healthcare system regarding non-communicable disease in Nigeria?
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Dr. Giwa from Lagos State Ministry of Health. Okay, so I would say we are evolving. We're not where we can do better. That's what I'll say. The government is trying in terms of increasing our awareness, in terms of putting in preventive measures. We're not at that spot yet, but we can get better. Currently, from WHO, it says there's a 29% NCD contributes to 29% of the total deaths in Nigeria. So that's a very, very high percentage. So it means that more work needs to be done. We're not where we should be, but where we ought to be. We can still do better in terms of the measures we're putting in place.
Okay, so what do you think the government can do better?
Yes, so I think that in terms of increasing awareness, which is something we put in place, going for outreaches, telling people this is what NCD is about, what we can do, how we can improve our health, our lifestyles, and things like that. Then also putting in primary prevention, such as vaccinations and things like that, just things to prevent or to improve the outcome of what we see, of how people present. So we have better outcomes at the end of the day. So that's what I think.
Okay, thank you very much, Matt. Regarding what you said about awareness, Ms. Timmy, I know you are an advocate for NCDs. What do you think the government can do better based on what she has said?
I really not like to attack the government at this point in time, but I can give some suggestions, because the thing is that we work actively with the government as well. One thing that I realized in 2015, there was a policy called tax sharing that the government introduced. What this involved is at the primary healthcare level, rather than just the doctors or the nurses doing some certain things, nurses and community health workers and other staff in the primary healthcare settings can work to ensure that NCDs or that their jobs are, passed across. So what I would like to say is that I feel like the government, at this point, we all know that there's a lot of brain drain with regards to medical doctors leaving the country. And while we cannot blame them, one of the major issues that NCDs face is poverty. And we will first of all need to ensure that the economy is made better. Another thing the government can do is create more awareness. Now, the reason why I said I don't want to attack anyone is I feel like it's all our responsibility, private sector, government, and third sector, which is the NGOs. We need to go out there and create awareness. You'll find out that the regular person in a community, even in Lagos State, they don't eat well. They don't eat well. Things as simple as basic as eating well, which is supposed to improve the lifestyle of people and ensure that NCDs are not on the rise, is difficult to do. But what we would like to do is ensure that information is passed across to so many people, and information can be passed across even through our so-called village people. Who are village people? You notice that, so I'm a pastor in my church and I pastor the youth. I found out that 2 youths got pregnant and they didn't go to hospitals to give birth. One baby was lost, while the other, she almost died, to be honest. They almost lost 2 babies. And this is to show you that people still rely, especially in Lagos, they still rely on community, on what will I call them now? People who are not exactly experts, non-expert medical professionals. I won't say medical professionals. They still rely on herbal doctors and stuff like that. So if we could come together and ensure that these people are educated, and pass across this information to the masses, it will help in ensuring that NCDs are reduced drastically.
Thank you very much for that. Dr. Ejiro, you work with a healthcare provider. What
health insurance, actually?
Yes, you provide healthcare.
Yes.
Basically. What do you think are the challenges faced in the healthcare when it comes to NCDs?
Okay, so what you mean is the challenges that healthcare practitioners and providers generally, and of course the health insurance sectors face when it comes to managing or preventing non-communicable diseases. But first of all, before you talk about preventing a particular condition, you need to know what are the risk factors. And of course, we all know, just like Mrs. Coker has said, has she left? Okay, I saw her at the back. Possibly she has left. One of the major factors in the prevalence of NCDs in our society, of course, world at large, is lifestyle. right, lifestyle, principally your diet and the rest of them. So if you are able to, in a sense, pin down or modify or in a sense, putting advocacy measures in place to adjust all of these modifiable risk factors, it makes it a lot easier to sort of prevent non-communicable diseases. My other panelist here has also already mentioned that what people eat, you know, there's a saying that you are what you eat. We are mostly as a result of our nature and as a result of our nurture in terms of what goes into your body, right? So one of the major challenges that I know that healthcare providers face is my doctor here has already mentioned that the government goes about doing outreaches, don't do this, don't do that. But as a healthcare provider, one of the challenges I've noted is that people with non-communicable diseases, especially the diseases of lifestyle, hypertension and diabetes, one of the major factors is cultural beliefs. All right, now, one of the reasons we are here, our founder of this SAMI talked about sickle cell being something that we in our society would say things like abiku, or they'll say ogbanje because the child keeps dying. Cultural beliefs, to tell somebody that you're hypertensive and the first thing that comes out of their mouth is, it is not my portion. You tell somebody, get a health insurance policy, you say, no, I'm covered by the blood of Jesus if the person is a Christian. Or you say, inshallah, nothing will happen to me if the person is a Muslim. So cultural, ethnic, religious beliefs is one of the major challenges that healthcare providers face when it comes to non-communicable diseases. Then another thing, excuse me, again, is the participation of the government. I'd like to applaud Lagos State government because I've had the privilege of traveling around in terms of where I've worked in different parts of Nigeria. In weight for weight, Lagos State does better in terms of healthcare advocacy down to the grassroots levels. You hardly see things like this or initiatives of this kind in other parts of Nigeria. So, but we would like to see that happen more, with the government participating directly in terms of how they partner with organizations, industries. Now, partnership with organizations, how do I mean? You know, in some societies, they have taxation on alcohol and tobacco. Because of that taxation, they use the proceeds out of the revenue from those taxes and they drive it back into the healthcare sector. We don't have that as yet, or it is, as with every other sector in Nigeria anyway, enforcement is a problem. So even if we have taxation on alcohol and the tobacco industry, we do not have the degree of enforcement that is required to make it effective. So if only our government will be more stringent with the enforcement of taxation on alcohol and tobacco industries, people will be less incentivized to spend their hard-earned money. Thank God for 617 naira per liter of fuel, to spend that hard-earned money on alcohol and tobacco, and then the proceeds from those taxes now diverted into the healthcare sector, thereby increasing the expenditure on healthcare. As we all know, Nigeria is one country that budgets very little on healthcare and education as against other aspects of its economy. So that's one of the challenges that healthcare providers face, because that willpower on the part of the government is not exactly demonstrated. And it's that same willpower we are hoping to see with the new Healthcare Reform Act that will enable everybody in this room understand that healthcare insurance is a must-have for you as a Nigerian. Do not depend on prayers. Prayers are good, but do not depend on prayers for eventualities. If you can't insure your car because the government requires you to do that and the policeman on the road will stop you, more than anything, you need to insure your health in case of eventualities. We all pray for good health and sound health, but just in case it happens, you need to get insured. So that's how, these are the challenges and how they can be overcome.
Thank you very much, Ma. To Dr. Benita, from what she said, what do you think government policies and regulations would do in improving the lifestyle as regards NCDs in Nigeria?
Thank you. Thank you for that question. So I think that the things that the government can do to help in building a resilient healthcare that would be able to combat non-communicable diseases. Now, first things first, the government policies that are would I say that would guide healthcare? For example, when they are budgeting, okay, if they can give sufficient funds to healthcare, in the sense that we have primary healthcare facilities, and also we need to train and retain healthcare professionals. So they need to push some aids, more aids to healthcare. And apart from that, the government can also do some, let's say, create more awareness. Now, I know that private organizations have a lot of outreaches and all of that stuff that they do, which is okay. But in creating awareness, awareness really helps for NCDs, because most people do not even know what they're doing that is actually wrong. They are not aware of these problems. They're not aware of these diseases. They are, would I say, blindsided, basically. Some of them even believe that because they have certain illnesses in their family, it would not affect them, or they need to be aware of the risk factors. What makes me liable, or would I say, what would increase my risk of having this problem, having this disease? What am I exposed to that makes me a candidate for having an NCD? So people do not know most of these things, and some know and they ignore it. For example, when it comes to diet and lifestyle, physical activity, many people do not prioritize physical activity. They'd rather just live sedentary lifestyles. So prioritizing physical activity, having the right diet, ceasing bad habits like smoking and alcohol intake. People need to be aware of these things and how they can directly affect them. So increasing awareness is also part of it. And another thing the government can do, although I know most private organizations are doing it now, is including technology, right? Now, when we have a couple telemedicine platforms here and there, what these do is they help you get access to healthcare as soon as possible. For example, let's say you have a follow-up visit, you're a hypertensive patient. So instead of going to the hospital to queue and waste a lot of time, you can get a prescription, right, from your doctor without having to go all the way to the hospital. Okay, so I think I'm going everywhere right now, but yeah, so without having to go all the way to the hospital, this helps in the follow-up, also helps in having a very good control of NCDs generally. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dr. Joy, how do you think the private public partnership can help improve the knowledge of healthcare professionals in managing NCDs across Nigeria? What do you think can be done to help improve their sensitization? Because we have a lot of doctors who sometimes don't have an idea about non-communicable disease, or even unable to tell these are certain things that should be done. What do you think private and public partnerships can do to improve healthcare professionals better equipped for this?
Okay, so I will begin by saying that when it comes to health, I always see it as collaborators. So personally, I find it very funny when a health organization says, oh, our competitors. I feel unlike other industries, we have the bulk of the burden of diseases that have been untouched. And we know the iceberg phenomena, that what we see in our hospitals, in our clinics, are just a tip of the iceberg. And it's just let's say 1/10 of the actual burden of these diseases. So private public partnerships begins in the sense that we need to come together to realize that the non-communicable diseases are diseases that people shouldn't die from in the first place. We have to understand that most of these diseases, cardiovascular diseases, cancer, like what we primarily do at Lakeshore Cancer Care Center, respiratory diseases, these diseases are largely preventable. So the major part of private-public collaborations will be coming together to really take charge of public health education. Realize that a major cause of these non-communicable diseases is the part of
awareness. So there's misconception, there are myths. There are people that will tell you, oh, cancer is caused by, I stepped on something, that's why I have breast cancer, or my village people, and there's all of this. What we don't understand is that this misconception actually affects their health-seeking behavior. So we are sitting in our fine hospitals, our nice hospitals, and we're just hoping that somehow they'll walk in through the doors, but they won't do that. And even when they do that, they will go back home and one mother-in-law will come from somewhere and tell them, oh no, drop that medicine, I brought you something inside one bottle and this is what you're supposed to take. And you realize that you're fighting as a doctor to literally get those people. So we need to come together and break down those glass walls and our nice looking word codes and come together to really focus on health education. The other part is health infrastructure. We are suffering greatly in the aspect of health infrastructure, because we see foreign and developed countries, they've gone and there's AI and there's robotics, and you come into a system and literally everything is digitalized. But we're here in Nigeria and you have hospitals that are still using paper and biro. You come and the waiting line is exhausting. I'm a medical doctor, but I will never want to wake up and be a patient because it's exhausting, even for you as a healthcare personnel, that you think of the normal people. So if we are going to make access to, non-communicable disease more easily, we have to really focus on our infrastructure. And well, the last part of it is our workforce, because who will then treat people with non-communicable disease if it's not the doctors, the nurses? And we know that more than any industry, the healthcare is suffering dearly from the Japa syndrome. Like it's a lot. I can count how many of my colleagues I graduated together that are still in the country. Like I can count with this hand, and we're 70 in my class, and literally we are not up to this. They are still left in the country. If we do not, we know why they are leaving. It would be unwise if anyone comes up and say we don't know why they are leaving. But then we see that the public sector, who is supposed to come in largely at this point and enforce laws and actually policies that we're clamoring for, are doing the opposite. So instead of helping these doctors, the last, protocol that was brought up was, oh, don't give them permanent license until they work for 5 years in the country. I think after that, my hopes and confidence in the government were just totally shattered. And it came from here, Lagos, Nigeria. The person who actually moved for that was from me. And I'm like, wow, it's always your people. So we have to realize that the private sector can do so much, but the public sector and the government needs to begin to make policies. What doctors and nurses are crying for is better cost of living, increased remuneration, better services, and just let them be earning what they are suffering and working for. If the public sector can begin to, not everything in one day, but fine-tune certain processes that actually helps them to work collaboratively with private sectors and then provide the services that we need to treat these diseases. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I love that contribution. Please, let's give them a round of applause. I know the Japa syndrome has affected a whole lot of us. I just heard now today that Lutz has gone on strike overnight just because they don't have adequate care. Now, if you have things around NCDs and you don't have doctors to attend to you, it becomes a problem, right? So, Dr. Emeka, you run awareness and advocacy on these things. What challenges have you faced when you see somebody with non-communicable disease and you're trying to educate them on better treatment, right? What challenges have you faced so far, and what do you think can be done from the aspect of non-governmental organizations and the private sector and the government sector?
All right. Thank you very much for that question. That was very elaborate. I'll start from what my earlier panelist said. So it has to deal with a lot of things, but I think I'll focus and lay emphasis on the most important, which in our environment here, cultural, religious beliefs have really affected the healthcare system. Like for instance, in medicine, like if you are of a certain belief, you're not meant to, receive blood donation. Those kind of things. Imagine when it's very crucial and it's emergency and somebody's life is at stake. So you kind of have to break that barrier of, trying to pass your information across in a very sensitive way. So I would say cultural, religious beliefs have really hindered barriers to non-communicable disease abolishment and reduction. Also, I would say education gap is a lot. When we talk about education, it can be online. Online education has really helped, and from time to time we get to sensitize people about very common non-communicable diseases and prevention, diagnosis, and treatment. So online has really helped. Community outreaches have really greatly helped as well. Community, because it's not the people you're trying to reach online, right? It's not all of them that even have money to eat. Talk less about having smartphones to go online. So those community outreaches also help sensitizing them. And I feel like just like even kids have consequences of their actions. You know, if you see your kid misbehaving, you caution them and let them know what they're doing is wrong. So it still boils down to real life. Sometimes you have to treat men and women like kids sometimes. You have to be, I won't say blunt, but you have to be realistic and letting them know the consequences of their actions. You know, you see someone smoking a lot, drinking a lot, not exercising, he has an abnormal body weight, he's big, like the person doesn't care about all the advice you're giving them. But you know, the moment you let them know that, see, oh, this thing you're doing, your heart is this. And for medical practitioners, I try as much as possible when we're explaining medical terms, you know, to break it down to even a 4-year-old will understand. So when you're explaining to them, I let them know this fat you're eating, all this oil you're taking, see, there's fat building up around your heart. So, you know, letting them know the real consequences of their actions, right? And letting them know that they will be held accountable with their bodies. So putting those things, and because this is no, you're not scaring them, you're letting them know the facts. So putting those things in their minds, and because people don't know the consequences of their actions, that is why they live these lifestyles. And most non-communicable diseases can be prevented, you know, from easy lifestyle modifications, you know, regular exercise. Exercise doesn't mean you must sweat a lot or do a lot of things. It just means maybe rather than taking the elevator all the way from your in your office, you can just take the stairs, you know, walk around your house, like just little stuff to keep the body moving and encourage physical activity. Reducing, it's not, no one is saying you shouldn't take alcohol if you want to, but just moderate intake and resting, coping with stress mechanisms have really helped, you know. So in this, most of our outreaches, the most barriers I would say are focused on the education gap. I would say sometimes language, but once there's a translator, you know, we're able to communicate effectively. And the cultural religious beliefs, those are the most important ones. Then, I mean, others have to do with like the economic situation. Like I said, some people don't even have enough money to eat breakfast. So is that the person that is going to buy quality medication, or is that the person that will go to a proper place to, you know, seek help? So I feel like that is why I continue to encourage the government, you know, to try and maybe reduce, provide more easier access to healthcare by providing subsidized healthcare, providing, you know, NHIS. I know in the UK we have the NHS and all of these that work very good. So I just want to encourage government, stakeholders, private people, anyone that, if, for instance, you can be a private person and decide in this community in Akoka, I want to take care of their insurance and healthcare there. No one stops you from doing that, you know. You don't have to be a government person to institute that. So it's just like for people that are moved about these situations, I want to create those change. And I would want to encourage everyone to, like, you know, encourage collaborations from specialists to medical students to everyone involved, to advocates, to family, community. I'll encourage everyone to, you know, collaborate and to provide better healthcare. So in terms of how can this be better, I'll encourage seminars like this where we're able to discuss this kind of situations and think of ways to collaborate. You know, I also encourage like mentorship programs where more experienced doctors can, you know, mentor the younger doctors. Because in medical school, honestly, I wasn't taught a lot of things like emotional stuff. Like when we lose a patient, for instance, you have to go break the news. I was never really taught this is how you do it. But I had to learn it on the job when I had to do that. You know, so those kind of mentorship programs where more experienced doctors can, you know, let the younger ones know what to expect and how they can go through them. They really help to, you know, and also primary healthcare reform is a very important thing, because when we talk about non-communicable diseases, something as simple as simple blood pressure check, blood sugar check has saved millions of lives. And you know, where do we find them? When people are sick, where do they go to first before they actually go to the real hospital? They go to pharmacies, right? They go to primary healthcare centers. And if these places are not equipped, or we don't have people that have proper knowledge of what they're doing, there's going to be a serious deficit, right? So pharmacies should be trained on simple blood pressure checks, blood sugar checks, have it accessible for everyone that, you know, lives with these problems. And back in the day, people used to think things like hypertension, stroke, diabetes, and most of all these non-communicable diseases were for older people, right? But now, trust me, like people as young as 35 are coming down with strokes. It's crazy, you know, but it's the reality we live in right now. So I also encourage early education, because I can see some younger children at the back, and I'm happy that they're listening to this, because once they have this little information, they know, and they know it for life. So early education, involving this in the curriculum for students, you know, I don't know what they're learning these days. I don't know if the history is back in the curriculum. I don't know. But this kind of health education, you know, things that we actually go through, I'm sure they taught them about COVID-19, you know, how to prevent all this. These are very, very important. And I feel like evidence-based and strategic, you know, tested and trusted methods are the things to be implored, you know, thinking about like, okay, people that are hypertensive, diabetic, where do we see them the most? You know, what are kind of activities? We see them everywhere. We see them in the workplaces, right? So that means in the workplace, is it also important where they can have those avenues where they can discuss health topics and just general ways of coping with these problems. And I'll also say data collection and storage to encourage continuity in treatment. Because imagine using books. Imagine you come to my hospital and I check your blood pressure, and I've been managing you for 3 years, for instance, and have a whole data of your information. But you go to another hospital or you travel somewhere else and you're not around, and I don't have all those books, but you've already paid for a lot of tests. So imagine having this data stored and being transferable when needed. That will definitely save a lot and, you know, ensure continuity in treatment. So even if you travel to America, somebody still has your data, and able to continue your treatment. They know the drugs you're taking, they know your doses, even if you lose that little piece of paper that you had. Because I've been in the clinic a lot of times and I see people come and say, oh, doctor, I lost that paper you gave me 3 weeks ago. But if I have a backup, that makes sense, right?
All right. Thank you
there
very
are a whole
much.
lot of other things, but we just need to let everyone keep
Yes,
speaking.
thank you very much for that contribution. Please, let's give them a round of applause. So from the panel discussion, we found out that majority of the things that we need is education, awareness in workplace, and we need technology. So my last question was for all panelists. We found out that a lot of these NCDs mostly go to primary healthcare centers, which most times is not usually well equipped. My question now is, how do we better equip the primary health center in the usual ways and also with technology, because the world is now global and you should be able to access care from anywhere. If you don't have certain people in the primary health center, they should be able to access doctors from everywhere, even if the person is not on seat. So how do we better improve the primary health centers to manage NCDs? Yes, please.
Okay, one thing I would like to suggest is that we help train primary healthcare workers. For instance, sometime last year, Crimson Bowl and SAMI and some other organizations decided to train medical practitioners in primary healthcare centers on sickle cell. Now, sickle cell is an NCD. This can be replicated across all other NCDs. Another thing I would like to suggest helping the primary healthcare centers is, you know how I said earlier that we all have to take responsibilities. We need to, as human beings, start to volunteer with the primary healthcare centers, because to be honest, there's brain drain and that cannot be overemphasized. But we can be trained on how to do simple things like BP and blood sugar test and all those things. And this can help alleviate the stress, the amount of stress on primary healthcare centers right now. Those are my 2 cents.
Yeah, thank you. Dr. Giwa.
Well, she has basically said it involves continuous training. So there's something called capacity building. So each year, at least, we train people from the primary health centers, from the secondary facilities on what to do. Example, newborn screening for sickle cell disorder. So in our healthcare facilities, we do free newborn screening. We monitor mothers once they give birth, we screen their babies. So this is something that we each year we train medical professionals, lab scientists, doctors, nurses, and then we train them so that we can all evolve with time. Yes, you said the task shifting and sharing. That's also important because of brain drain that is happening. So everybody should be aware, everybody should know that, okay, even if this person is not around, also in terms of cervical cancer screening, if a doctor is not on, if a doctor is not available, there are some things that other health personnel should be able to offer. So that's something that we have to keep on doing. We have to keep on building capacity, keep on training healthcare personnel. And then, yes, we've been saying the government, but yet the public-private partnership is important. It's very, very important because we have a lot of our people who utilize the private facilities. So also capacity building in our private facilities is also very key because they provide a lot of health services to our people. So yes, it is important, capacity building, and yes, raising awareness on things that can be done. Awareness is also very key. Yeah. Thank you.
All right. Dr. Ejiro.
All right, thank you. Before I go on, I know that Prof here may know of Professor Kashima in Jos University Teaching Hospital. I mention him because he started as a community health extension worker. Today, he's a professor of obstetrics and gynecology, and he specializes in VVF repairs in the communities. He actually started his research work with VVF repairs in the communities of northern Nigeria, where child marriages are common, and of course the consequences that follow with childbirth at an early age. Why I decided to go with that story is because we cannot overemphasize, overstress the importance of primary health care. I remember my days in medical school, how the community health extension workers and community health officers, we call them choose and chose. They were more like the backbone of the immediate community. And I know Prof will agree with that. And I'm an advocate of not reinventing a wheel, a process that is working, don't try to change it. We're a society that believes in the gatekeeper, so to speak. Somebody in a rural community would likely more listen to a member of their community as against listening to me or Dr. Giwa, because we are strangers, so to speak. So empowering the members of the community in basic healthcare, what they used to call standard operating procedures and guidelines. They were more like work manuals that the healthcare practitioners in those local communities used to make use of. If I see this, I need to do this, but if it has gone beyond this, I need to do that. So we need to go back to those measures. I believe one of the, in quotes, disadvantages of private practice that is all over the place is because is why our primary healthcare system is dying. And of course, like other Western societies, there's what we call case management and home care management, where you have, again, the same community health extension workers, nurses, go to your home and then just find out you have simple complaints and they prescribe basic medications. Where there's need for referrals, they escalate to the nearest healthcare provider. So we cannot overemphasize the need to strengthen our primary healthcare systems, because that is where we begin to build capacity from, like she said, and people see the opportunities to meet the needs of those communities. And like Prof. Kashima, they go back to medical school and they become doctors to serve those same communities again.
Thank you very much. Dr. Joy?
Okay, so for me, three major things. One will be data surveillance. Two will be screening and early detection, and the last part of it will be the aspect of chronic disease management. So what we see is that most NCDs are diseases that are chronic in nature. So things like, sickle cell disease, hypertension, diabetes, these are diseases that have to be managed throughout the lifetime of these patients. So the problem we see that we lose a lot of patients to compliance, and that's simply because they come to our secondary facilities, and there's just so many people. It's the burden of patients. So there's one house officer to over, a typical diabetic clinic will have, in a general hospital, will have 200 patients for a start. And you're talking about long-term management. Nobody wants to go and sit in that line. So the earlier we are, ideally, the primary health sector is supposed to be the most active and the strongest part of the healthcare system, mainly because this is what is closest to the grassroots. This is the place people have easiest access to. So if we are going to properly manage these chronic diseases and prevent, because most of the complications are happening because they start taking their medications and then they drop off at one point, and the next thing they are coming down with a stroke, which should not happen. So we have to really focus on that continuity. We have to really build our primary healthcare sectors. Then data. Why most health inference can't be made is because we suffer with data. If you have had to, when I was seeing the extensive research referral, I was like, we need this for literally every disease in Nigeria. We're suffering with that because, our health institutions don't have a culture of data protection. And really because it's not their fault. It's the paper and biro and shelves that the termites have destroyed, and what's left rain has also destroyed it. So we have to move all of that to a completely digitalized system. EMRs, literally everywhere in our primary healthcare facilities. This will help us to not only understand our population, but make health policies, legislation. We have not done a census in years. So how do we even know the number? Okay, before they say I'm coming again. But yeah, then there's part of it. Then early detection. Again, most of these non-communicable diseases can be prevented with screening, with early detection. I'll talk about cancer because that's what I do majorly now. The 4 big cancers, that's breast cancer, cervical cancer, prostate cancer, colon cancer, are all diseases that have screening investigations, clear-cut risk factors, early symptoms that can be detected in time. It means that on a normal day, we should not be dying from these diseases. So we have to move all these investigations. If they are already available in every community center, in every hospital, and then you tell me that there's, a woman can walk in there and get a pap smear easily done, she'll go and do it because it's next to her house or it's next to the market. So we really have to understand all of this and try to enforce all of these principles to our primary healthcare centers. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So Benita.
All right. So primary healthcare centers are usually the first point of contact for majority of Nigerians, because not all of them would be able to afford care at a higher institution or someplace else, private hospital. Most of them go to primary healthcare centers first. Now, the reason why I'm a bit particular about this is because, let me give an example. I had an outreach the other day, someplace in Enugu, and this was a primary health center where it was held. And I looked into their pharmacy and they didn't have drugs. Like, it was empty. There were no medications. I think they had just like one doctor who wasn't even, I don't think he was even around at that point. So they had like a couple of nurses. These primary health centers are understaffed. They do not have, the facilities are decrepit. There's nothing in there. They can't take care of anybody. They can't do anything. We have to start from the grassroots. We have to start down up. So I'm talking to both government, public and private, because even the private institutions as well can collaborate with the government. You can do something about it in your, let's say you have, let's say I'm from somewhere in Imo State now and I will have some money to donate, right? And I can assist the public health sector in that particular state. Now, we need to help these facilities. We need to improve our facilities. When you improve the facilities, you improve the staff, the people working there. You have a higher chance of curbing NCDs Because when these patients come to the hospital, they get attended to, they see a doctor or a CHU, a community health extension worker, and they can actually get an antihypertensive or anti-diabetic medication. They can get something. But in a situation where those things are not available, these patients do not get better. And that 29% that WHO has recorded is very likely going to keep increasing. So we need to focus on primary healthcare centers. And apart from the awareness, because most outreaches, yes, when you do an outreach, we get through to the grassroots, they are aware. When many of them know about these non-communicable diseases, they know about them. And we need to, again, apart from the awareness, re-educate them. Let them know that it's not Agbo that is going to cure you. Some of these diseases do not have any cure. You have to be compliant with your medication. You have to know the things, the do's and the don'ts of this particular condition to be able to live longer. So they need to be aware, properly educated, and the PHCs need to be fully readdressed. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Emeka.
All right. To be honest, I think everyone that has spoken so well. I'm just going to reiterate on a few things which still has to do with, first of all, funding for primary health care facilities is very important. It doesn't make sense if there's an emergency and the drugs needed are not available or the expertise needed is not available, because we can see it as all fun and games until it's a relative of ours that's affected and we are unable to help, So we have to put ourselves in those shoes. Like I said, there are consequences for everything. For me, I believe if the government can put more funds in healthcare, it might be better, right? Just like every other sector of education and every other thing. But healthcare is very important because you need to be alive, even to go to school, to be a farmer, to be whatever, So I feel like if our hospitals are good enough, this government personnel, they won't travel abroad for treatment. So how can we start from that and say, okay, every government person will get treatment in a Nigerian hospital? Then maybe we might get better treatment. Why don't we have world-class people? Because when we see Nigerians go abroad, go to America, you hear that the best neurosurgeon in this hospital was a Nigerian. You hear all the great things about. So you see that it's not the problem. We're not lazy. We are very smart and ready to work. But is the system ready to accept these very smart, hot brains? Because all of us here, that are here now, we are mostly medical practitioners, but we are still in Nigeria. There's a reason we are here. We believe in this country. We believe in the hope for tomorrow. We believe in the younger ones at the back. We believe that we can make here better for us, not for us, but for our next generation. And that's very important. Even non-governmental organizations have been doing their bits, trying to, because you work in a cancer care center, SAMI have been doing their own bits with raising awareness about sickle cell and different non-governmental organizations. So private sectors can definitely invest and support these organizations to achieve a bigger, you see what they're doing already, then you can definitely reach a bigger audience and definitely impact people. So I just want to encourage like minds to collaborate, because it's easier to collaborate with someone that shares a similar vision. I like it whenever I'm talking about the outreaches we do, and I just mentioned a few things, and this person is already completing my sentence and they're aligning with the vision. It's easier that way. Once you bring up these conversations about collaborations and you see that it's not leading anywhere, then don't stress yourself. Just collaborate with people that are ready to, push your vision to the next level. Those are the only people you should be interested in. And I also want to encourage, pharmaceuticals, if you can donate drugs to hospitals, donate to NGOs, if you can, because we need more doctors, right? And obviously, if doctors are incentivized more, maybe they will stay more. So I feel like if we can just, increase the budget for healthcare in general, it will make a lot of sense. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for listening. So our take home is, in building a resilient healthcare system, we need to empower our grassroots. And in order to empower grassroots, we need more education, we need more awareness, we need funding, we need to break cultural barriers. We need to break religious barriers. That way, from the grassroots up, we build a resilient community. We build people who are educated and self-aware that non-communicable disease you don't have to die from it. You can live a healthy, positive life with it. Thank you for joining us. This is our panel. Thank you, Dr. Joy, Dr. Benita, Dr. Emeka, Dr. Ejiro, Dr. Giwa from Lagos State Government, and Ms. Timis, like all of them, I call Doctor, and myself, Peter Oshikoya. Thank you very much.
I was going to say we should also celebrate Dr. Peter. You know, when you stay, maybe spend 30 minutes with doctors, you should be a doctor by now. Oh, yeah, okay. I'm hearing that. How many questions do we have from 1, 2? Wow. All right, if the mic can just go to him, sir, the very gentleman sitting, please. Which one? Thank you very much. Permit me just a few minutes.
Hello.
Hi.
Hello.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Yes, good afternoon, sir.
Thank you. I'm just kind of trying to rush away. What's going on? Thank you all for very insightful comments from all of you. But what came to my mind as you guys spoke was, I'm not a doctor, but I'm a strategy person, and I've been studying the NCD space. And just listening to you all, I felt a bit challenged, and I thought I have to drop this for you guys to probably think about. What I see is an industry that is lacking commercialization. So I don't know if this makes sense to you. So she spoke very clearly on infrastructure, people, job buying, and all that kind of stuff. These are all evidences that there is a commercial structure issue that needs to be addressed. So, but most of our conversation seems from bottom up, which I'm not saying is bad. We still have to pull all that supply chain with all the patients, so treat them and get
We can make good money off health. We really just have to position ourselves. And it's simple. Make people understand the need for health, because it's the fulcrum and center of everything. If you're not healthy, you can't go out and build that business. If you're not healthy, you can't go out and do what you're supposed to do. So once it is a very profitable venture, because all along our life cycle, we have to invest in health. So let me take a typical example. A young man, 35, works well. Give him a reason to come into the hospital every week to check his vitals. Put a price tag to it. Tell him he needs health insurance, just the way he invests in his car, and put a nice package to it. It's all about packaging and rebranding. You will see that people will begin to pay good money for the things we cannot make profit, or we didn't know we could make profit of. And I love what the private institutions are doing. I tell anyone who is going to health tech, if you want to succeed in health tech, get someone in an industry that is not related to health. Let them come in and tell you how to make good money. And you will be surprised. The money, Nigerians have money. I know there's a lot of, but they would pay. I tell you, people come in and they tell you, oh, we don't have money for chemo. We don't. You tell them, oh, your auntie has chemo. That day, the millions start coming out from anywhere. It just comes out and they go ahead with the treatment. Another thing is investment. When you bring in those investors, tell them what you want to do. Right now, Lakeshore, we are extending to actually have a full-blown radiological center. So from immunotherapy, chemotherapy, name all those treatments. We'll do it right here in Lagos, Nigeria. Every worthy investor will be attracted to that. So it is, and I did not learn this in medical school. They didn't teach us this in medical school. We have to become very business savvy. Again, it is the business of healthcare. It's not charity, and we have to make money. That's what I think it is.
I would not say that hit the nail on the head fully, but he hit the nail very well.
A minute on that, please. Right. Yes. So as you may have noticed, the bigger hospitals, let me put it that way. I'll talk about the lagoons. I'll talk about Evercare. If you may have noticed, I know you sound like a research person because you say you're a business strategist. You would have noticed that the, in quote, owners of these hospitals now are not really doctors, they are investors, like she has just mentioned. And it is because of that mind that healthcare is indeed business, if it has to be profitable. And like you rightly said, there's a lot of medical tourism. I see people sending me applications for me to market them as a medical tourist. So I said, no, I'm sort of betraying my own if I would recommend you. If I would recommend you for my people that need certain services, brain surgeries, open heart surgeries. We remember the popular story about our dear colleague, Aproko doctor, who needed to have a brain surgery, and it was done in Lagos, Nigeria here. The only thing that left the shores of Nigeria was the histology sample, and that's because he needed action expedited on it. So we have what it takes to invest in healthcare. It's just that, like my colleague here has mentioned, we do not actually see it as a profitable venture as we see fintech, agrotech, and the rest. But if you get somebody that is a businessman, as these two hospitals that I've mentioned actually become the, in quotes, the CEOs or the chairman of this hospital, you will see returns coming in and people seeing that truly healthcare is something that I need to invest my money in as a person or as a businessman.
Thank you. Thank you very much. That'll be all for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Please. Let me help.
So that'll be the last question.
Somebody else. At this juncture, we have to take permission from everyone. Should we take it? Okay. We don't want to stretch more than we have already done. Time well spent, but, just in consideration. Yeah.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for that panel session. It was really insightful. Okay, so my question has partly been answered by what you said. My question was, how exactly do you get the government to invest funds? Because we already know that the government should invest into healthcare, we should educate the grassroots, but then how do we get them to be interested enough? I was already thinking about, is it something that there needs to be like lobbies, or you need to convince politicians to like pass laws, or just how do we increase the budget for healthcare? And then she answered and she said that if we can make it attractive, then people would be interested. So then the question became, how exactly do you make healthcare attractive to the government for them to invest money into it? How do you make healthcare attractive to investors for them to be willing to take their money and put it into healthcare in Nigeria? Because I feel like if it is attractive.
Okay. I really think that they have gotten you so that we don't stress you. Or I really think that they have gotten the question, please.
Okay, so in my journey as a high-level advocacy is quite different from grassroots advocacy. You'll find out that a lot of people in government are tone deaf to the plight of people. So what I find most effective when trying to advocate for things like budget increments and stuff like that is storytelling. Make the story relatable. Once they relate to the plight of what's really going on, you see that the money starts pumping. But the problem now is access. You know, so you as a high-level advocate, you find out that you have to lobby and lobby and lobby and lobby before you get the right ears. But once you get the right ears, use storytelling. It works magic.
Yes. Okay, yes.
You are
yes.
the government. So tell us what we do.
Okay, so I mean, you have Ministry of Transportation, we have Ministry of Economic Budget and Planning, we have Ministry of Education, everybody's pulling, Ministry of Health, everybody's pulling. The government has to increase, the government has to be focused on me. So why health? We also would lobby, but I mean, every sector is where also the issue of data comes in. It is growing, get involved in hepatitis. This is also where collaborations come in. Like if we have Crimson Board, they're doing things at the grassroots. We have SAMI, they're doing things at the grassroots. Submit your data to us. Let us show, let people see that this is really a big deal. We need to actually pump money into it. If we do not see anything, there is no reason why they're going to increase our budget. So that's something that is very, very important. They have to be aware, they have to see. Yes, storytelling, that's also part of it. It's just packaging why we need to, because every other ministry is fighting for their budget to be increased.
So the goal is once you can package yourself, give us data and good storytelling, your money comes out. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm sorry we are not able to take any other question, but the speakers, we can meet them when they go as we close now. You can just meet them, ask 1 or 2 questions if they have some minutes to share. Please, ladies and gentlemen, celebrate these awesome speakers. Thank you so much to our panelists. Just to remind you, whilst we are wrapping up this beautiful event, we have had our exhibitors all out. They are waiting for you. They are waiting for you. I can't mention names now, but once you go out, you see them. And we have a very beautiful origami practical session that can happen just by my left. I'm sorry, just by my left. Okay. Even here in the front here, it's going to happen. Mr. George, I think he's still in the building. The maestro of origami is just going to help you put you through. Whilst we are wrapping up, I'm going to invite all right, I'm going to invite Maureen to come on behalf of SAMI to come. Your hands are not weary from clapping so much today. Great Maureen as she comes again to give the vote of thanks. Thank you. Has it been a good time? Has it been a good time, everyone? All right, thank you. Students, thank you so much. All our kids and our loves goes to you. Thank you for staying till this time.
Thank you, Mr. Okpara. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for staying this long. Thank you for bearing with us. So we have come to the end of this lovely event today. I'm sure we've had a lot to take home with us. So ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests and distinguished participants, allow me to express my profound gratitude for the overwhelming success of this event. Today, we stand enriched with knowledge and inspired by the collective efforts that brought us together. First and foremost, I extend my heartfelt thanks to God Almighty for bestowing upon us the courage and spirit to organize this remarkable occasion. His blessings have undoubtedly paved the way for this grand success. I have the privilege of proposing a vote of thanks on behalf of the board, management, staff, and volunteers of Sickle Cell Advocacy and Management Initiative. We are deeply grateful to all the participants for gracing us with their significant presence, as your attendance has truly elevated the significance of this event. A special appreciation is reserved for our esteemed chief guest and keynote speaker, Professor Mustapha Danesi. Your invaluable presence and precious time, particularly during these challenging times amidst the fuel crisis, are deeply appreciated. Your contribution has added a remarkable charm to this gathering. Our sincere gratitude extends to our esteemed partner, Exin Research, for consistently rising to the occasion and their commendable efforts in driving world-class global health solutions with a particular focus on Nigeria and Africa. In addition, we extend our heartfelt thanks to Lakeshore Cancer Center, Okurimeta Art Gallery, Hygia HMO, and LifeLink for their unwavering support, which played an instrumental role in the success of this event. A special mention is due to all our speakers, Mr. Tolusedo Francis, the mentalist, Mrs. Olainka Enahoro, Mrs. Dolapo Koka, and our esteemed panelists, Mr. Milay Edwin, Dr. Emeka Wune, Dr. Giwa Zainab, and Dr. Joy. Your insights and expertise have enriched us all, making this event a truly informative one. We are also grateful for the presence of distinguished personalities, including Dr. Funto Kalejaye, whose support and presence have added significant value to this gathering. A heartfelt acknowledgement goes to our visionary leader, Toyin Adeshola, the founder and executive director of Sickle Cell Advocacy and Management Initiative. Her relentless efforts and motivation and dedication have been the driving force behind this success. A heartfelt thanks also goes out to the dedicated staff and volunteers of Sickle Cell Advocacy and Management Initiative, as this achievement would not have been possible without your unwavering support and tireless efforts. In conclusion, I extend my deepest gratitude to all, as each one of you has played a crucial role in making this event an unforgettable and impactful one. May the knowledge gained here continue to empower us to bring about positive change in our communities and beyond. Thank you, and God bless you once again.